welcome back to another TCC Late Night Pokemon Card live stream. It's me, TheCardconomist. And tonight, we have these beautiful My Little Pony cards. I know you're all bronies. No, I'm just kidding. We only have about 3 boxes of these. And really, it's just an experiment. I guess we're kind of past the point of experimenting. I actually question why I didn't just go ahead and buy more of these. But we got about 3 boxes of them. I sold out the last time we bought My Little Pony. I bought a whole case of them, and we sold out. We sold out of all My Little Ponies. And so it's not really my place to judge whether a card is collectible or not. My job's just to open them, right? So I think after this stream, we will probably stock up on a larger quantity of these. And then the other good news is we're going to have a lot more in this common, uncommon, vintage Japanese random card lot. So I actually really think this is a great idea. We were doing this yesterday as an experiment, and people were ordering them, and I didn't even think it was, it was kind of unsophisticated. I just tossed in some vintage base set cards and some some booster pack common commons. People were ordering actually a lot of them. And so tonight, I want to add some more cards to the box. I want to show you what's going in the box tonight. Give me a minute. All right. So we got Pikachu, Squirtle, Ivysaur, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and of course a number of other cards. But also look at this. Oh, there's Abra. Look at this. Lots of energy cards. So, but I consider the energy cards all gradable. Okay, so, right, so the energy card's not going to be as valuable as Pikachu. However, you could grade old vintage energy cards. People actually buy those as long as they grade 10, okay? So keep an eye out for that. They're going to go into this box. And I was working hard yesterday morning, whatever it was, at the end of yesterday's stream. The sense of time is lost on me. I was working hard on all kinds of research on what we could put in this box. I've come up with some good ideas. I'd really like to put vending series cards in here, so that's probably going to make it into the box, and those are going to be like hit pulls. I think that the vending series is just a really bizarre card set, and so I'd like for it to make it into this box, but the average price of every card will have to go up to pay for that because they're also very expensive, the vending series cards. So vending series cards will probably make it in this box. They'll be considered like hits basically, and the vending series cards will be much more expensive. The other thing I'm considering, and I'm still experimenting, and the experiment is going to be sort of like worn holo cards. So the selling point for this box is that these are pack fresh. They come right out of booster packs. But we want to have some cool hit pulls. I can't put pack fresh holo vintage Japanese cards in there. I can't do that. They would cost quite a lot of money actually, and they're hard to obtain. Usually in order to get a truly pack fresh card, you actually have to open it straight out of a pack. That would be like a pack break, right? In pack break, individual cards in a pack break are really expensive. They're like $30 a card. But I think I can get used and worn out holographic Japanese cards if you guys are interested in that, and I can slip them in the box as well. Okay, so those are my thoughts. I've already placed some orders on some cards I'd like to put in here, including the vending series cards, and they're on the way. Now, I will have to do a bunch of math when it arrives in order to figure out what I would like to sell these at per card. Right now, the price is moving up to $6 a card because we're tossing in Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Ivysaur, and all those nice base set cards that you saw. And those particular cards, they're really valuable individually. So the price of these have to move up a little bit from $5 a card to $6 a card. That's a $1 increase. And the way I envision this is maybe you pick up like 1 or 2 cards at a time and hope you pull the hot one. Now, of course, you can see there's a lot of cards in this box, so your odds of that are a little bit low. So what you might do is you might wait a little while and wait for me to continue to add cards to the box. Or if you're happy enough with whatever you're going to pull, you can jump in whenever you want because there's quite a lot of cards in there. There's a Dratini right there. Starmie, Electabuzz, Pidgey. Ooh, Growlithe. So there's quite a lot of cards in here. And now I need to actually put these new base set cards into the box. I have to do it off camera because I can't have you guys kind of guessing where you should go into the box, okay? I can't have you doing that, all right? All right. So give me some time. What I want to do is with these great pulls like Pikachu, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, I want to kind of have them spread throughout the box to make sure that I don't accidentally pull them all at the same time for one guy. All right. And then these energy cards, I'd like to spread these out as well. So this is what we were running into the other night. Remember there was like two guys and all they pulled were energy cards? Well, the problem is I got this chunk of vintage energy cards. And that's the problem. They're a chunk. They need to be spread out. Excuse me, I got hiccups. How many spots left in the live booster? What? What if we pre-order at $5? I'll take care of that. You're fine if you had already pre-ordered. I'll take care of that. It's not a big difference. It's like a $1 difference, so have no fear. And let me spread these energy cards out somehow. This may take a minute, okay? So sit tight, everyone. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the late night live stream. How many spots left in the large? We were up to spot 31. I think there are about 10 spots remaining, roughly. It's pretty full. The large could go off soon. All right, so I'm placing these energy cards in one at a time into the box. Trying not to handle anything too much because we don't want any kind of fingerprints or scratches or dents or anything on these cards. We want, especially these energy cards, we want to try and keep them in gradable condition where they can accomplish a 10. Because again, if you can grade 10 on these, they do have some value as a 10. People don't believe that. But you know, the way I see it with the energy cards, especially the Japanese cards, how many people do you know who are sitting down and grading Japanese cards? Not a lot of people. And even though they're probably not perceived as desirable as, let's say, base set first edition energy cards, the truth is, if very few people are grading them, you don't got a lot of competition. And that's great. And this is something a lot of people don't appreciate when it comes to cards. All right, here, and I'm going to dump the rest of these right in the middle, I think. All right, we're set. I spread the energies out real carefully across the box so as not to dilute the box, or not dilute, so as not to create a bubble in the box that's just energies. And now let me go ahead and add a booster pack or two of these other vintage. So I'm a big fan of this box, and I'm very excited to what I can add to it in the future. They have Wooper. Very cute. Dunsparce Houndour. Very cute. All packed fresh from booster packs that I'd opened during all the TikTok videos I made. What do we got in here? All right, some jungle cards, very nice. And it's just a kind of a fun way to obtain some old Japanese vintage cards. You're gonna unsubscribe? No! Mister, please! Now, the other thing you guys are probably curious about is what do we have on the table for these slabs? I've been doing a good job the last 2 nights. I managed to get a number of cards priced up. It takes a lot of work pricing cards, actually. It takes a while. It takes a little chunk of your time. So we got Rose for $52. That's pretty cheap for a 10, if you ask me. That's a rainbow 10. He must be deeply unpopular. 52, that's nothing. More Pecco. Now, he's $50, and that makes sense. He's just a V card. This is a lovely card. I looked it up. I couldn't find any for sale. This is Amazing Volt Tackle Darmanitan Rainbow, and it just looks so fancy. Like, I was struggling not to just keep this card. But, you know, I got to have something nice on the table every night, and he's the nicest one, I think, this time. Here's another Amazing Volt Tackle. It looks like just a regular full art, right? But if you think about it in the Japanese sets, this is the hit for that box. So this is considered secret rare. You can see down here, 102 out of 100. And this is Talonflame. We also have this, now in English, this is not terribly rare, but this is the Japanese version of the card, and it just looks crispier, that's the truth. Legendary Heartbeat, Alcremie VMAX. It's a cake. It's pretty cheap, 45 for 10. This was from yesterday night. This is a $20 Voltorb. It only graded 5. Why did I even send that one off? Dude, I'm crazy when it comes to grading. I just send off everything, I think. I say, why don't we just send that off? Oh, this is from yesterday. We have a PSA 9. Sadly, this does not get the 10. It's a Zorora Lost Thunder Hyper Rare. I traded somebody for this, and it came back only as a 9. So it was a bad trade. Here's a Ninetales Shadow. You know, that's something, I wish I could talk more about this. I had another card where I lost money on it because I was betting. Oh, Yes, actually, it's on the table. I'll tell you guys about it after we show off these prices. So I have a little story time for you guys. We got Zorora 9 for 100 from Lost Thunder, and that was a bad trade. Shadowless Ninetales 7, just a lovely card. I'm sure I probably just obtained this as a lightly played card and said, I'll send it out. And you know what? It's going for 94. I think that's pretty sweet. So Valley 10, excellent, from Cosmic Eclipse. Yeah, it really is pretty tough to grab 10s, guys. So don't underestimate how hard it is to grab a 10. This is Neo Destiny Dark Slow King, and man, he looks devious. Cheese says, Mr. Remember all our trades? Dude, we did a lot of trades, Cheese. I think you got the better of me on some of those trades, by the way. I think you did pretty good because, you know, when you're trying to grade cards, you're always very optimistic. Oh, I bet that'll be 10. I bet that'll be 10. But then reality kind of hits you like a pokey sledgehammer, and you realize many of them are 9s. Victory Bell 9, so that's from Aquapolis. Lieutenant Surge's Pikachu and Jungle Pikachu. So here's some cheaper Pikachus. They both graded 9. This is from Gym Challenge. You recognize it from the other night. And this is from Jungle. Okay, just some cute Pikachus. Swoop Teleporter, surprisingly expensive. Probably because very few people bothered grading these trainer cards. And also probably because very few people took good care of their trainer cards. But this only graded 7 and is still 90. We also have some Dark Mucks, PSA 6, both of them, $65 a piece. These are the reverse holos. They're also considered rare in this set, okay? So these are quite nice. I think $65 is extremely reasonable for Team Rocket Returns in particular. I mean, in the future, the ungraded singles of these cards are going to be that expensive, $65. So I think that's very reasonable. Here's Shadowless 8 Vulpix for $68. Almost makes me feel like that's kind of cheap. And then PSA 9 Magneton from Fossil for only $40. He's not terribly popular, and that's why he's only $40. Okay, so we've got a number of cards up here on the table. You know, we were talking about members-only cards, PSA cards coming to the table. I like that idea. I'm thinking more about that idea. So in the future, I may start keeping certain clearly desirable cards off for members only to order. Memberships are only $2, so it's not like people are paying a lot of money for memberships, but it's just a way to sort of like make you feel like you're part of a special group, I suppose. That's the main thing, kind of like a reward or a gift. So you've seen the slabs. What was I going to... Oh, story time. So let me grab the slab. I just made a purchase. I haven't been buying a lot of cards very lately. And that's, again, if you guys were listening, I'm saving up. Not saving up. But I'm having to pay taxes. That's what it is. All right, where the hell I put this card? All right, to show it off, I got to have it. Where did I... Oh, here it is. I found it. Oh, I have something else to show you guys. Hold on. All right, so I'm back. I got 2 things to show you. First of all, this was a sample. I didn't realize they sent this to me. The producer of the slabs, here is an example of our slab logo. Pretty cool, right? Now, the problem with these slabs is that they are clear. And when the slab manufacturer and I were having our conversation about slab design, I specifically told them I wanted it frosted like the PSA slab. They gave me an option, clear or frosted. And I said very clearly that I wanted frosted. And then they fit a mold that was clear. So now they're redoing it, and they're like, well, it's going to take a week to redo the mold. I'm like, well, get it done then. Because we're running out of time. We got to get card grading. But there it is. There it is. And what do you guys think of that slab? It looks very clean, right? You know, I've seen a lot of mom and pop slabs, and some of them look kind of weird. They got like circles here or dots. I don't understand why yet. Maybe there's good reason for it. So I'm still learning, okay? It's all an experiment. But you gotta, you know, crack some eggs in order to make an omelet. And this looks like the PSA slab. It looks really nice. Pretty cool, right? So anyways, that's it. Have you guys ever seen this? Some of you guys have never seen this. There it is, the card on the inside. And in order to fit a Topps card, they make the room in the middle kind of comes outward and makes more space for a Topps card. So that's how it works. But yeah, so if I had my air compressor, I could probably try and test out the... I still don't have the air compressor. I don't know what's taking it so long. I ordered it like 2 weeks ago, it feels like. Maybe it's been just 1 week. I better look up on it, actually. So we're waiting for the air compressor to arrive, and we're just working on the card grading. Trust me, it's a lot of work. If you've never done it, I don't recommend it. But eventually we'll reach a point where we're just pumping out the graded cards. I'm very excited for that. Now, excuse me. I like clear. The future is now. PSA boomers. No, I like the frosted better, though. I like the frosted because it just, you know, yeah, actually, I guess it's just a matter of opinion. I guess you could get clear. The CGC one's clear, but I actually like the frosted ones. Weird. Tribe says, I prefer frosted. Yeah, I do too, actually. Maybe it's just because I'm used to them. I don't know. But having your hand kind of pop through and the plastic behind, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I could do with either. I don't care. So I spent so much money on this Alakazam. Actually, let me go look up how much I paid for it. Give me a second. Oh, actually, I didn't pay for it as much as I thought. I didn't pay for it as much as I thought. But here's the story of this Alakazam. This Alakazam was $450, and it would have been purchased in September. What is that, 9/21? I don't know the population on this card. Maybe I'll go look up the population real fast. The story on that Alakazam is I used to have one that I got for very cheap a long time ago. And the problem is, oops, turn that music down a little bit. The problem is I was trying to raise some money, so I sold mine. I sold my Alakazam back before I left. I sold him. I also sold my Umbreon, what a fool, from Fates Collide. And now here I find myself buying them back because I wish I hadn't. I wish I owned them. So it's a telltale story of selling a card that you really should not have. And the other part to the story is that one of the reasons why I sold this card, wow, look at that. That is a pretty clear white dot at the top, isn't it? That's still got a 10. PSA, man. Anyways, the thing is, I just sent one of them off to Fates Collide. I shouldn't say just sent it off. I sent it off like a year ago. And I'm like, I can sell the one I have because I'm grading one and it's going to come back 10. It came back 9, guys. It came back 9, even though it looked perfect. It was a great looking Alakazam. It was just a little off center, I think. And it came back 9. So I learned my lesson. I realized you really, even if you're looking at the card and you think it's going to be 10, it's not a 10 until it returns and it has its grade. So don't place bets if you're not willing to lose those bets. And I regret that I'd sold my other one, so I had to run off and buy a new one after the one that I was grading came back, and it was only a 9. Yeah, I was really disappointed with that. Now let's take a look. Okay, so another interesting thing here. We're looking up the data on the population on this card. 124. Wait, this says 120. Oh, yeah, 125. There we go. There are 125 of these. It's actually kind of a low pop card. Now, could that change over time? Absolutely. There's probably a lot of Fates Collide product out there because it's not like crazy expensive. It's not like multiple thousands of dollars per box. So one day the population on this could fully double. However, I think that it won't be as crazy as the Sword and Shield era cards in terms of population. So that's an interesting thing to think about. And I just love this card. I can't get enough of this Alakazam. He's so nice. All right, so what are you guys up to? Are you guys ready for this stream? Are you ready to open some cards? I'm super hypers. The Alakazam artwork is amazing. Well, you can open that from Fates Collide, by the way. That's what he comes out of. He comes out of Fates Collide, and we still sell Fates Collide. And that's because Fates Collide can still be reasonably obtained. Yeah, I'm looking it up, and there are none of those Alakazams for sale that are done grading. Not wild. So he's hard to find. He's hard to find, just like a vintage card, because there's just not that many. How do we check on a pending order? Just tell me what your PayPal name is, and I can look you up, okay? Mister, how did you get your Xbox Series X? I had to buy it from somebody selling it individually on, like, eBay. And they might have been a scalper, I don't know, but that's the name of the game these days. That's the name of the game. It's called the scalper tax. I'm afraid that's the way it goes. Okay, we're logging in. Mister, you're amazing. Have my kids. Have my kids. What? If you love the card, isn't it better? Isn't it better to own a 9 that looks like a 10 and get the money for your 10? No, no, I'm really, really, really into card grading, and I prefer the 10 on a card that I really like. I treat 9s as more like speculative investments almost, like will they go up in price? And then the other reason you would buy a 9 is when the 10 reaches such an unreasonable price that you will never catch up to the price of a 10. Here's a great example. You've got first edition base set Charizard. He's probably selling for like $250,000 to $500,000, maybe higher. You're just not going to own one. That's a fact. So what you might be able to own is a PSA 9 first edition base set Charizard. You could say the same thing about no rarity Charizard or any other variety of extremely expensive Charizards. So at that point, you start to buy the 9 because there's just no way you will afford the 10. However, if you could afford the 10, I'd probably just opt for the 10. And then again, you might consider some cards like 9s underpriced. Yeah, you might consider them underpriced. I've noticed there's sort of like, what do I call them? Price points. So there's price points where cards become kind of unobtainable for the average person. And this is typically when a card reaches like $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. And the 9s sometimes really lag behind the 10s because everyone's busy buying their 10 while it's still affordable. Then the price gets driven up, and then the price of the 9 moves up right afterwards because now you got a group of people who are buying the 9s because they can no longer afford the 10s. So if you bought a lot of the 9s before this change in price, you'll see appreciation in the value of your 9s. Right, and so 9s are nice for that reason. You can look at them from the investment perspective, or you can look at them from the I'll never afford a 10 perspective. Either of those ways is a way to look at it. You bought the cake slab. Wow, that was fast, man. Legendary Heartbeat. You guys want to see that set come back? It's really expensive, actually. Demetrios, I trust that you bought it. I'm just going to write your name down. Well, no. Hold on. I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to wait to see and make sure nobody else bought it first. I think that's why we do it that way. All right, let's start opening cards, guys. I'm ready. Did I get Pokemon Oreos yet? You know, I came this close to buying Pokemon Oreo boxes just as a meme. But, I'm not going to do that because I'll end up eating them. I don't need to be eating Oreos. I'm already out of shape. Smitty said, this is all fine and dandy if there's a clear separation between 9s and 1s, but there isn't. Therefore, the 10 premium is founded on flawed logic. What? You need waifus? Why are people freaking out over the low supply of Fusion Strikes? Because they want it. Can I send you one? Don't worry about it. I don't want to eat Oreos. Oreos are real bad. I eat enough junk food as it is. I don't need to be tempted with Pokemon Oreos. So, where are we? I sent all my money to my wife because we're saving up for tax payment. Jeremy Patterson. 3 junk boxes and 7 random Japanese cards and live shipping. I have a bag. All right, Jeremy. So I'm going to start with the junk boxes. Wow, you really like the junk boxes. So you are officially buying the rest of my junk boxes, and I'm going to have to raise the price temporarily because I don't have any more. It's funny because there was a point where I had a stack of them and they're all gone, which tells me you're really, really liking them. All right, junk boxes are $22 a piece, and there's a possibility you guys will have to wait until I've generated a junk box. And we're grabbing the label. Print. Have you seen the video just dissecting grading of video games and the shady business behind them? Video game grading is a very brand new area, and I'm sure there's all kinds of conflicts of interest. I watched that video in its entirety about the heritage auctions and the WADA guys. Uh-oh, are we out of labels? Oh, shoot, we're out of labels, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta get a new label rolled. I'm sorry. Right at the beginning of the stream, too. I didn't realize we were so low. Kitty, where am I? The first question, Kitty, is where are the labels? I never keep the labels in one spot. All right, hold that note. I'll be back. Wait, here it is. All right, I found the labels. I just gotta change them. Yeah, so it's it's kind of like a Wild West right now, the video game auctions and the video game grading. And, it's like anything, really. Like pump and dump crypto, gold manipulation of the gold market, right? So anyone who has the ability to manipulate a market, it's not like they're not going to manipulate it as long as they're not going to get in trouble for manipulating it. Hey, very nice. So still printed the label. Very good. All right, we got 2 labels so far. I got to print 1 more for your 3rd box. I'm not trying to advocate for the behavior. What I'm trying to say is it's totally predictable. All right, 1 more. You know, you guys might have heard about the legendary Rothschild family. They had all the banks in Europe, right? The global banks. And they were really good at playing the gold market. And that's one of the ways that they built all their wealth. Go ahead and mark this. Oops. And I think it's just something that happens, you know, like Big Connect. It happens because there's guys out there. They're not motivated by world peace. They're motivated by profit. Everyone is a little bit, right? You go to work, you get a paycheck. Where did the paycheck come from? It's the profit from your work. All right, there we go, Jeremy. Now, what else did you need? You need a 7 of the Japanese cards, right? Here we are, 7. However, you know, you'll want to be an informed buyer, especially when they're taking a game and the game used to cost nothing and now they're saying it's $1 million. Hey, 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 the world is not the way it used to be. No, no, no. 2. Oops, I'm not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to spread it out. Here we go. 3. Ken Dama for $180. Here we are, Ken. I'll set that there. We'll check that next, okay, Ken? 4. Hey, hey, hey. 2, 3, 4. 5. Where are them ponies at? 6. And 7. I think it's very fascinating. You know, so I've got kind of a problem on my hands. You guys know I'm getting into card grading, and I kind of want to grade my own cards, but I can't, can I? Because you guys will think that is illegitimate grading. You guys will say that is a conflict of interest to have someone grade their own cards, right? So I'm running into that problem too, and I don't want a bunch of videos made on me. Oh my God, he's manipulated the market. So I don't know how to, I guess what I'll do is I'll just continue to grade with like CGC PSA, but I don't like that because I want to support my own company and my own brand. And besides that, I don't want to pay profits to PSA and CGC. You know what I mean? So I have a real reason why I would want to grade with my company. But then again, you guys will feel like it's a conflict of interest. So it's kind of like this problem for me. I don't know what to do. And so that's why I find the problem with the WADA game so interesting. I'm kind of taking it as a cautionary tale, basically. For me, it's a cautionary tale, what I see happening over there, because that's not going to happen to me. Oh, electric energy. Erica's Maids. Larvitar from Neo Discovery. Seeking. We got Sandshrew from Base Set. Nice. Psychic Energy. Oh, there's the Charmander. All right. You did very good, in fact. Oh, and that's it. Okay, cool. So you did very good. We just placed them in there. Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Ivysaur, and many more base set cards are also in the box. But we increased the price by 1 to include these pricier cards. So give me a second. The cat's clawing the carpet. She already wants out. Kitty, have I already shouted you out of here? Come on. Come on. There you go. Once I opened the door for her, she's like, all right, now pet me. She's like, pet me now. I don't want to go now. All right, but you know, obviously for me, I'm a very long-term thinker. I have no interest in hurting my brand. I have no interest in damaging my reputation. So for me, you know, short-term gains are not the same as long-term gains. Long-term gains are where I'm at. And so I would rather I'd rather not grade with my own company or find some way to grade in a way that you guys find satisfying. Maybe I'll grade them and give them away. I don't know. Or maybe I'll grade them and I'll sell them for the price of the raw card. I'm still brainstorming. I don't know what to do. All right, so Jeremy Patterson with the J. Mr. Jeremy. So I thought about that. I thought, you know, if I just sold the card at the price of the raw card, I don't think people would feel like I'm using the card grading to get some sort of edge. You know what I mean? At that point, you probably just feel like, well, he probably wants his cards to represent the brand correctly for proper grading, and he's not using it to make some kind of special profit off the card either, right? So there's, you know, there's ideas I've floated by. I've thought maybe I'll only buy cards back off the market. So that's another thing I've thought. So if you guys sell them, I'll buy them. I don't know. Jeremy Patterson, but then I have to sell them for more than I bought them for, right? So it's tricky. It's really tricky. All right. Have someone who works for you grade them, not knowing they are yours. True. But that's really more like in the future. The other problem is, how do you guys know that they don't know it's my cards? You would have no way to verify that. So that's the other problem. Yeah, I've thought about a lot of solutions. Now, hold on. Jeremy Patterson also requested live shipping for this, I believe. And live shipping. All right, Jeremy Patterson, let me go ahead and make you a label. I don't remember if Jeremy Patterson had a PSA. Jeremy Patterson, did you have a slab? I don't remember if he had. I'll just assume he's got a slab. I can get a cheaper label if you don't have a slab. That's why I always ask. Cheaper by like $1. So anyways, yeah, what happened with Wada Games is a cautionary tale for me. I don't want to make the same mistakes at all. Not interested. How much are the My Little Pony packs? Description says sold out. They're actually under special. They're at the top of the description. You're looking at the old base set that we are still sold out of it. Oh no, I already printed the label. All right, well that's okay. Jose, oh, now wait a second. Before we move on to Jose Ponce, we have Ken Dama. Let's go look up and see if you're still pending, Ken. I thought maybe like I could host a live stream where you guys kind of grade the card with me. But then I thought, well, if that took me like 5 hours, that would be such a loss of my time that I might as well just pay for CGC grading at that point, because it would be more, that would be more cost efficient, because my time's pretty valuable these days. For me, anytime I would like to start earning money, all I got to do is go live. That's it. And start selling cards, start opening cards for you guys. So I have to compare that valuable thing that I do against anything else I could do. So if I was hosting another live stream and I was just grading cards, that would actually be very expensive for me in terms of opportunity cost, especially if it takes a while. All right, we're trying again. Here we go. We log back in. Ken Dama, pending until September 20th. All right, so it says until September 20th. Oh, but that was like yesterday. Yes, so Mr. Ken, it says it's still pending. I'm so sorry, man. Still pending. Here we are. I'm sure it will clear soon. You might be able to see from your side if it clears. I think it tells you on your side if it clears, Ken, because I've had guys come to me and be like, hey, the payment cleared. So it seems like they're able to see it from their side. Now we're ready to move on. All right. Is My Little Pony pack back? It is. We got My Little Ponies. I know you guys are huge pony fans. I like the My Little Pony packs. They're very cheap, actually. That's what I like about them. So if there's even one My Little Pony fan out there wanting to open up My Little Pony packs, I'd be happy to open them. Jose Ponce, 5 Evolving Skies. All right, let's get those Evolving Skies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much do they cost? You get 5 packs for $11. So a little over $2 a pack. He says, live ship, I have a bag just to confirm my address. You got it, Mr. Ponce. Should I open a Beckett 9.5 to regrade at PSA? I'd be careful of that because I've got a Beckett 9.5. I've got one in my collection. And I looked it over, and it will not grade PSA 10. So that's one of the assumptions that I've heard people make. They say, oh, well, you know, a Beckett 9.5 is equivalent to a PSA 9, or PSA 10. That is not true. That is not true in all cases. Maybe some cases. It is not true in all cases. That might also be true with the CGC 9.5s. Some CGC 9.5s may not regrade as PSA 10. Very important distinction. Hypno, he's doing that squat. Show us, mister, says Matthew. You guys really want to see? Let me know if you guys want to see a BGS 9.5 that will not regrade PSA 10. And if you want to see it, let's get the likes to 100, and I'll go grab the slab, okay? Gosh dang, Jose Ponce, that was really cold. I'm sorry, man. Shoshi. Joe Harris, John Corbin. By the way, for music, we have Undertale playing tonight. I like the variety you get from the Undertale soundtrack. A lot of variety in there. The question is, where is Jose Ponce? Opinions on subgrades. Waste of money. And I'll tell you why. So people like seeing the subgrades, right? Oh man, now I know why the card didn't do well. However, if the card is not going to grade 10, it simply isn't going to grade 10. And I feel like people often use subgrades as a way to guess whether or not they can regrade it as a 10 with another company. You might consider that a value. Here's Jose Flores. We're looking for Jose Ponce. You got an old bag, Mr. Ponce? I feel like I haven't heard from you in a while. I think that, honestly, subgrades waste the time of the grader. It makes the label more complicated, and I believe it takes longer to grade cards that you add subgrades to. So it's an extra step that's not required. And people are addicted to knowing why their card didn't grade 10. But the fact of the matter is, knowing why it didn't grade 10 won't turn it into a 10. I honestly just like have the subgrades, but don't feel like I would pay for it. Yeah, and you know, the other thing I don't like about subgrades is, let's say you've got like a PSA 9, you got two different PSA 9s, and you can see the subgrades on them. The subgrades on one card actually add up to a lower number than the subgrades on the other card. So now you've created a like secondary tier within the PSA 9s. One PSA 9 is more valuable than the other one. I don't like that either. I like the uniformity of all the 9s are roughly the same value. Okay, so Mr. Ponce, I have a bag just to confirm. How old is this bag, Mr. Ponce? Is this a real old bag? I'm going to check, did we check this J box over here? Let's check this J box over here. Mr. Show Kitty. Oh, she just left. She just left. Kitty just left the room. Oh, here it is. We found it. This is a little bit of an older bag. All right. So I don't like it when you create all these subgrades, basically. I don't like 9.5. I don't like 8.5. And I don't like subgrades either. A 9's a 9, a 10's a 10. If your card didn't grade 10, it didn't grade 10. And knowing the subgrades isn't going to change it into a 10. And it might even make it harder for you to get the full value out of your card. Because people go, oh, your subgrades are worse than the other subgrades. So why would you want to know that? And again, I think the reason people do like the subgrades is because sometimes they don't know what caused their card to fail the 10. And so probably something you could include is a little card when you ship the card out. It's a little information card that explains why you failed 10. But, you know, I wouldn't want to include that on a cheap card that's worth under $100 because, again, that's another waste of time. I would probably want to include that on a very expensive card. So if you grade a card worth like $1,000 to $2,000, you know, if you could get a little card back that says why it didn't get 10, that would actually be kind of nice. Let me turn on the fan. Let me turn on the ceiling fan. Get some air flowing. You know, because you might be wondering. I especially wonder a lot with CGC. You know what's funny? CGC actually has subgrades. And I look at them and I go, what the hell? How did this get a 9.5? You know, and then it's like, sure, you know the subgrade, but you still don't know why it only graded so, you know, like a 9.5. All right, let's keep going. So Mr. Ponce is taken care of. We have Andrew Edward. 3 Darkness Ablaze. It's been a minute, but I should still have a bag. All right, here we are. Ever think of having a face cam in the corner of the stream? Yeah, we could do something like that. Hold on, I think the music paused. Yes, it did. Oh, I hate this song. Skip that real fast. There we go. Yeah, I've thought about having a face cam. Here's the problem with the face cam, though. If I'm going to run a face cam, now I've got to, like, do more acting. Have you guys ever considered that? If I put a face cam here, I'm going to have to make sure that I'm taking care of my appearance real carefully for the stream, and then I'm going to have to do, like, facial expressions for you, like, whoa! You know, the O-face and all that. And honestly, I'm not a big fan of that. But what I might do is I might have the ability to turn on a face cam and say hi to you guys before we start, something like that. So those are things I've thought about. But I actually, one of the things I like to do more than anything else when we're streaming is have sort of like a good conversation. And I don't do any thinking about how my acting is. I don't do any thinking about that. All my thinking is reserved for the conversation. All right, Mr. Andrew. Oh, my Lord. Oh, I can't believe you pulled Charizard. It's like I've never pulled one before. Fletchender. All right, I watched a PokeRev clip, and he's going so crazy because he pulled a Charizard, and I'm like, how many Charizards have you actually pulled? You've pulled tons of them. And I get it. People really like the reactions. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's like cheerleading or something, right? I think of it like it's cheerleading. But the truth is, PokeRev and Leonhardt have opened so many Charizards. There's absolutely no way that they feel very much when they open those cards because they've opened it so many times. And so I understand it. It's acting. That's what it is. It's acting. There's nothing wrong with it necessarily. When I first started, I thought, like, oh, well, you're being fake. I don't like that. But I'm doing this a while longer now, and I get it. People actually enjoy it. So people enjoy it so much, and it's not really your place to argue with what should or should not be. But, how many Charizards has he pulled? So anyways, Mr. Andrew Edward, he says, I should still have a bag. Let's go find it. Oh my, I can't believe it. Mom! His Sharingan is so strong. Alejandro, Andrew, Andraz, Anthony, Alexander, Armando, Andrew, Faubert, Adrian, Anthony, Aiden, Alejandro. Leonhardt gets a lot of unnecessary hate. Yeah, I don't like to hear that either. He puts in a lot of work. So does PokeRev. They've been making content for a while. I don't dislike any YouTuber who's putting in a lot of work. If anything, they bring new people into the hobby. So they're a good thing, right? They're almost necessary. I think that guys like Leonhardt are one of the reasons why the cards have gone up in price so much, because they brought so many people into the hobby. So it's the power of social media is you're needing it. It's required. If you're a Pokemon card investor, you're basically relying on the power of social media. You're relying on guys like Leonhardt to basically be promoters for this brand called Pokemon. All right, Mr. Alan Doan, 10 battle styles. You got it, Mr. Allen. You joined the hobby because of Logan Paul. Bully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're not a true collector. You know how many times I've been told that? You're not a true collector. If I had not lost my childhood collection today would probably still put most collectors to shame because it was that vast and expensive. Of course, back then I didn't see it that way because they hadn't exploded in price yet. But I had like 3 binders, and I had a special binder just for the most expensive cards. And it was loaded with Charizards, and there was shiny cards from Neo Destiny, and there was pretty much the entire collection of Gym Heroes, Gym Challenge, and Team Rocket, most of Fossil. Actually, I had so many cards from the base set, I had many duplicates, and I had many duplicates of the Fossil Holos as well. So, when I was a kid, I was such a heavy collector. And now as an adult, I run this channel, and I get random hate messages. You're not a real collector of Pokemon cards. And, it's just shockingly ignorant. You don't know anything about me. You don't know what I was doing as a kid. And as a little kid, I was homeschooled. So I didn't go to public school, and I just worked for my dad in his shop all day. That's why I did. And he paid me, not very well, but he paid me, and every single one of those dollars went right into Pokemon cards for like my entire childhood, and even all the way up to the point that I left home. But I stopped buying Pokemon cards probably around right after Neo Destiny is when I stopped. So I bought Neo Destiny, and then I was done. I didn't buy any Expedition. I didn't buy any Aquapolis or Sky Ridge, though I wish I had. But ultimately it wouldn't have mattered because I lost my collection. All right, here we go. Did I pull 10 or did I pull 8? 1, 2, 3. Kill the phonies. 4. Sizzlepede. 5. You got Tapu Koko. You think the first edition Shadowless Charizard will reach 1 million? Oh, yeah, easily. I definitely think it do. I think it'll shoot way past 1 million. How many did we open here? 5? Did I only grab 9? See, I'm talking too much. I do this. So there's 5. And there's 4 more. You need 1 more. Sorry about that. What's the progress on the large? The large is almost done. It could be over tonight. Maximo Foe's fun to watch. I've watched a lot. Ooh, nice. Your 10th pack was a Urshifu full art. I've watched a lot of these guys. Maximo Foe, he's a little bit better at understanding comedy and comedic timing. So yeah, he's pretty good. Maximo Foe, he's a little bit better for adult audiences, I'd say. I saw the video of him opening up those pornographic cards. I was like, I can't believe that YouTube allowed this. He opened pornographic cards and blurred it out. And I'm like, I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't risk it. Yeah, I wouldn't risk having my account flagged. So that was pretty ballsy. Scatterbug. All right, Tapu Smoopu and Urshifu are going to be your hot cards. Hey, he was opening up Japanese porno cards with like nude girls on it, like fully nude, real humans, and he just blurred out their genitalia. But I was like, what a risk, man. No way. No way. And no way was that appropriate for children either. I was like, children shouldn't even watch this. It doesn't matter that it's blurred. Well, and when I was a kid, you had Girls Gone Wild commercials. So it was very much like Girls Gone Wild commercials. Alan Doan. Man, you got that Rayquaza last time. I'm a kid and I watched it, says Toby Lynn. I'm a kid. I'm 5 years old. You want more ads? Man, I'm getting tired of YouTube ads. Will you grade My Little Pony, mister? Will I grade My Little Pony? Yes, I will. If you ask me to grade My Little Pony, I will. I found a store that nobody knows about that is stocked on Evo Skies, and they don't even know there's high demand for those packs. Oh, nice, man. All right, we got Jared Sentovic. Damn, Jared, you're becoming a huge buyer. He says, hey, mister, can I get 18 Evolving Skies? I don't know, can you? You and your wife are a solid team. What's the biggest thing y'all fight about? Everyone has their fights in a relationship. Just like Gabby and Brian Laundry. Just typical fights. Actually, let me think about it for a second. Well, we struggled financially when we were younger, when we were in college. And a lot of our conversations, a lot of our fights around that time were kind of based on very high stress that you develop when you are poor. So the sad thing is, we've called it the poor tax almost. Life is harder on you when you're poor in ways that rich people never have to deal with. So when you're poor, you stress over money, and it causes you, like, there's some deep biological level where you're stressed and just in a bad mood because of it. And then you'll fight over anything. You'll fight over just stupid things like, I don't agree with you on this particular unimportant item. And you don't realize later in life, when you have more money, it's like you chill. You're like, I don't care. You want to do this? You want to do that? Who cares? You know what I mean? Because you got enough money to pay for going out to eat. Your bills aren't making you scared. You know what I mean? So that was a big one. When we were younger and trying to make our way through college, her family stressed us out a lot. And there were some fights over that because, back then I was really concerned that we were going to have to help them financially. So that was a big concern for me because her parents were living paycheck to paycheck. I think they still are. And I was very concerned about them financially. And then they actually did end up having a really huge problem. Her mother developed cancer. She had stage 4 cancer. And she had to get cancer treatment, and they lost their home because of it. And so that was definitely something that ended up causing a lot of fights between us. And I thought it was really sad. I think we both sort of realized None of those fights would have even happened if we just had rich parents. My parents aren't rich. I haven't even seen my parents in like 15 years. And her parents are so poor, we're having to help them. So, it's sort of that poor tax, right? You're poor. Life is just harder on you. You're playing life at a higher difficulty when you're poor. So we had to help them. Her mother is still alive, and the cancer, we were told, went into remission, by the way. Her mom had to have a number of surgeries, and she had to have chemo, and we helped them by buying their home from them, which they sold to us at a lower price. And then what we did later is we sold that house and used the money to buy a smaller house. So basically, we helped them extract the value out of their home, move them into a tiny home, and they were able to take the money from that extraction to help pay for their hospital bills. And then there was some money that we just sent over as well during that period. And it was so difficult too, because we were struggling ourselves financially. So it was a really difficult time. And I was running the TheCardconomist channel at that time, and there were some really kind people who donated quite a bit, like Mr. David Larson. I don't think he watches this channel, but there was a Mr. David Larson, and he sent a lot of money over time. Not in one go, but he would send like $50, $100, and that was my income, and I really relied on it. So there were a lot, and he wasn't the only one. A lot of different people sent money, maybe $20, maybe $10, but it all kind of adds up. So I had a successful career as a video game streamer. And, that was so important for us at that time. And my wife, she was a software engineer making good money too. All right, here we go. So yeah, money is a source of fighting between couples. And you could just fight over so much. It's funny, some of the things we've fought about more recently, although not like really, really recently, the last couple months have been actually quite peaceful. But one of the things you can fight over, or one of the things I didn't think we'd fight over, is her working too much. She gets really kind of sucked into her job. And I'm over here, kind of pretty successful, and I realize I don't see her as much as I'd like to. And it's almost like having a roommate, or in a strange sense, almost like dating another guy, like another husband. Like husbands are providers, wives are mothers, that kind of stuff. And I realized sort of that there was this thing missing where it's like, I want female companionship. I want to hang out with a girl who she's not burdened by work, right? So it's kind of this fascinating thing, because when I was younger, my ideal woman, right? And guys have this concept of an ideal woman in their minds that we sort of chase after like Charizard. My idea of an ideal woman was like this hardworking woman. She would get a job, I'll get a job, we'll be a power couple, we'll earn a bunch of money. Well, the funny thing is, the concept of an ideal woman for me back then was based off of my own needs back then, my sort of like poverty. And now I'm older and I have more money, and the concept of that sort of like ideal partner had sort of shifted. Her having a job and a career is not at the top of my list. It's not at the top of my list anymore. And at the top of my list more is like somebody who's going to hang out with me and be, like a woman, as opposed to a corporate worker. So, my ideals sort of shifted as my needs shifted over time. So those are some of the things we had to kind of discover. We actually had to discover that. Like for me, it was a learning. I was learning that, wow, I really don't value that, you have a job. That's not important to me. And so that, and anytime you're doing that kind of learning, it can be like a frustration and a source of friction. Sounds like a traditional family. Well, and even outside of that concept, Mr. Jared, pulling this beautiful Sylveon. Damn, that's one of the chase cards. Take a look at that, guys. How's it going, Focus Scrub? Woo! So it's not even necessarily about traditions, but it's about the concept of like masculinity and femininity. I realized I really valued femininity, and she was more focused on, just working a lot. She didn't want to be like my boat babe in a sense, but she does actually. But she wasn't focused on that. And I didn't really understand that I desired it. Like, it's all about trying to meet each other's needs. And when we were young, I was just worried about us finishing school and making a lot of money. That's all I was worried about. And now I'm older, and I'm like, wait a second, you're got to be my girlfriend. You've got to actually hang out with me, and, we got to get along and spend time together. So those were really complicated ideas that nobody really explained to me. My parents certainly didn't teach me those ideas. I had to kind of realize them over time. I value femininity. and I don't really care about what career a woman has. And I think there's actually some scientific proof for that, right? So women kind of they date men who are wealthy and sort of like dangerous and effective and just sort of like powerful or whatever. And men just kind of date women who are very like feminine. Men aren't interested in competing with another version of themselves. You know what I mean? Vaporeon, oh my lord. It's a really complicated idea. You guys might be dealing with some of these ideas in your life, or eventually you might. Who do you want to be partners with? They fight about what to eat. That's one of the things we don't fight about. All right, Mr. Jared, did you need a bag? He didn't say he needed a new bag. I'm trying to remember where I had you last. Here, Mark Assignation. Wow, we're having a big conversation here and not opening cards very fast. What do you guys think of that? Jonas, Justin, Jacob. Men should be men. Cancel this man. So Jared. I feel like we shipped you, Jared. If you don't mind me asking, why don't you and your parents have a good relationship? Because they're stinky, man. Have you been watching the Canadian election? I've not. All right. Jared, I'm going to go ahead and create a new bag for you. These nuts for president. But yeah, so there's this part of me that realized if I was a multi-millionaire and I never needed another penny, I would not value my wife for going to work every day at all. In fact, I have no interest in it. It doesn't make me happy that she works. What makes me happy is when she's available to hang out with me and be womanly. And that makes a lot of sense, actually. I think all sort of like heterosexual men kind of value that. And, you know, your woman having a job can actually get in the way of that because she's stressed and she's tired. And really the work gets her for like 10 hours a day. All right, Jared. Next up, we got Logan Carlson. Hey, mister, 5 Evolving Skies. But women want to work, bro. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know how true that really is. I think women want to live with a certain quality of life, but I don't think women just want to be corporate workers their whole lives. Actually, you kind of see that online. You see this sort of awakening where a lot of people are realizing that you don't really become happy from just working a job 8 hours a day every single day. That's not the point of life, is to work all day. And really the point of life is your relationships. So I think that women, you know, they were kind of told, oh, you need to work, you need to have a career, you need to have $60,000 of student debt that you then have to work out of for the next 6 years or 7 or however long it takes you, right? So women were told that actually, it's a very recent development. They were told that between like the 80s and 90s, and now here we are, right? But the truth is, if you were marrying a multi-millionaire duke or baron or whatever, you might not take a job as a middle manager at Walmart. Women might not do that. They might decide to get into the arts or something like that, something, you know, a hobby that they're really interested in. But something they might not do is just become another corporate worker for a faceless business that does not love them and has no interest in them. They only care about them in the sense that they're profitable, right? Because the moment you're not profitable, they're like, all right, you're out of here. Espeon VMAX. But of course, there are some women who are very competitive and they want to be CEOs and stuff like that. And I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying there's a lot of women who actually don't care about having to work for the rest of their lives. They're doing it because they're told they have to, and because everyone's so poor these days. Everyone's very poor. They're like, how am I going to send my kids to college? Me and my husband have to work, so we can barely afford our dinky little home in maybe California, and we're not even going to be able to afford to help with the college payments for our child. You know, so they're kind of forced to work. But if everyone was already millionaires, they might not choose to work all day. Maybe they get a part-time job, or maybe they work on something they really care about, like music or drawing or writing or acting. They can pretend that they're really excited when they pull a Charizard. Mr. Logan, I'm doing a lot of talking and not a lot of card opening. All right, let's see. Let's see. Levi Logan Carlson right here. You got a lovely Espeon VMAX. That's why the rich get into philanthropy. Here we are. Who's getting canceled? So anyways, I started to realize as I got older that I valued my wife being very womanly, the opposite of me. And I didn't care how much money she earned. It was irrelevant to me. At a certain point, I don't care if we have more money, but I care a lot if I'm having a chance to spend time with a woman, basically. And her work demands so much from her that can be kind of hard to schedule. Peyton Van Winkle. It's Mr. Van Winkle. He says, slab away for the darkness of Blaze Rose. Really? This will be my first ever slab away. I'll finish payment when I get paid on Friday. Sounds good, man. Let's go grab Rose. He said, wait a second, I want Rose. Oops. All right, your first ever slab away, huh? So, and I didn't develop that point of view until I had enough money. So some of you guys may be shaking your head at me going, nuh-uh, mister, all women should work. They should have a 40-hour-a-week job where they work for some company that profits off of all their time, and you can see her for like 2 hours a day, maybe. Right? So maybe that's how you feel about it. But I'm telling you, one day, you might have enough money where you're like, well, damn, I just want a girlfriend who hangs out with me, and that's it. And she doesn't have to work at all. She just gets to hang around and be comfortable, because when you're really working very hard, that changes you from day to day. It stresses you out, and you're like, man, I'm stressed, I'm tired, I got to work tomorrow. It stresses you. And I'm like, a girlfriend with not a care in the world is a very different kind of girlfriend. Master Peyton, let me add you to the slab away. Almost like a fantasy, but not quite. I mean, if you have enough money, it's not a fantasy at that point. Mr. Peyton. All right, and we're going to say you have $50 remaining, $52 remaining on Rose. Your cousin subscribed. Oh, mister, thank you so much. Holy. Now we have Ruben Aguilar. He says 2 common and common cards. You got it, Ruben. Have you still got that cheap Charmeleon? I don't know. I don't even remember. My girlfriend and I work full-time together in the same restaurant, and I would like nothing more than to be able to provide for her so she doesn't have to. Right. I mean, you're going to feel like the boss if you're, what I mean by that is you're going to feel very manly or successful if you can tell a girl, hey, you don't have to do anything. I can give you all the bonbons and fluffy feather pillows, and you can work if you want, but only to your heart's desire. You don't need to provide any money because I'm so wealthy and successful. That's actually something men aspire to, and there's nothing wrong with that. Ooh, you got a rare one. That's actually a rare card, not a common and common. And Parasect from Jungle. All right. So that's for Mr. Ruben. Ruben. Here we are. Boop. Are we allowed to talk to others about items we're looking to buy from each other? We prefer not to have the chat room turn into a marketplace. We don't want the chat room to turn into that because what'll happen is you'll get guys who come in regularly and they'll just turn the chat into a place to advertise, and then everyone will be like, well, I need to advertise my thing, and very quickly it'll disintegrate into a marketplace where everyone's advertising. So no, please don't do that. You can sell all your goods on eBay, though. That's what I tell people to do. Mr. Shahir says, 1 spot in the large. Let's get you a spot in the large. Can we pay to advertise? That is a fascinating concept. I don't know, man. I don't want to seem like I'm just creating that rule to get you to pay me to advertise you either. So probably not. I just want to have a nice, pure comment section where it does not turn into a advertising competition. There you go, Mr. Shahir. He also wants 3 of the $20 live custom boosters. All right, here goes. 1, Jumpluff. 2, and 3, Hippodon. You could also try to sell me your cards if you want. So you can contact me on Discord. If you got something, I might be able to help you out with it myself. So you're always welcome to reach out to me. But, you know, what I would do if I were you guys, open up your eBay account, sell some cheap items on it, get a nice cheap item that you sell consistently, whether it's a loss for you or not, just something real cheap, and develop some good feedback. It's going to be really important for you later in life when your cards are very valuable and you want to go sell them. Well, you got to have a way to sell them. GMA 10 SV16. So that's generally what I tell people. I tell people they really ought to take a minute and develop a good reputation on eBay, and really should develop a good reputation by not breaking any rules, by shipping very quickly, shipping very securely, right? And if something goes wrong, bite the bullet and just fix it, okay? Mr. Shahir, that's going to be yours now. All right. GMA 10 Reboot Shiny. All right. There's also, there's Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist maybe. I don't know if I would trust Craigslist. Maybe you do Craigslist. Back a long time ago, I used Craigslist for a little while. Not for Pokemon. This was back when I worked for Coca-Cola. But yeah, you know, there's Mercari, I think, is another website. I'm trying to think what other websites. Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, Mercari. So those are other places, but eBay's going to be number one. Okay, so let's find your bag as well. So if you can grow your eBay reputation to be a respectable number of feedback, maybe about 200 or more, and have it all be positive, that will help you down the road. If you have some valuable cards, one day you might need to sell them in a medical emergency or just because you're ready to cash out. Well, you got to have a vehicle to sell them by, and eBay is really going to be the number one vehicle. I'm sorry, not Justin. Augustin Espinosa. See, I was going to say Espinosa. And it's not Augustin. Is it Augustine? I'm trying to remember. He says, 2 of the Japanese cards, hoping for a Weedle or a Kakuna. What? Can you catch my next chat message? What's your next chat message? I'm sorry if I'm not seeing all the messages. eBay takes 12%. Well, you know, that's the price you pay to have access to probably the largest market on the internet other than Amazon. So yeah, you've got to pay for eBay's services. You're just going to have to accept that's how it works, man. Now, if you think you can sell on Mercari, go sell on Mercari, but they probably take some. You could try to sell on Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist, but now you're dealing with that as well. But yeah, that's just part of the deal. You're paying eBay for your service, or for their service. Mr. the Charmeleon's behind the Magneton. Oh, nice. Boop. Pay Discord channel for advertising slabs. I really don't want the Discord to be a sort of marketplace. We've been doing this for like 2 years. We've had a lot of ideas. The simplest idea is my Discord is simply a social media where we hang out. That's actually very easy. It requires no moderating. Nobody's ever going to get scammed. It's very simple, and I like that best. And you guys all know you can head to a place that's a proper website designed to help you guys sell stuff. So eBay, you pay them a fee, but they're designed to help you sell stuff, and that is the proper way to do it, in my opinion. Mercari does 10%. I prefer them. Well, there you go. Oh, I'm sorry, mister. No wheels at all. In fact, you get 2 energy cards. Oof! Mr. Augustine. I'm sorry, man. That's bad luck. That is bad luck. So let's find your bag. There are some energy cards in there. You got a fire energy card. Maybe you can grade that 10. Mercari is full of trash scams. Yeah, I wouldn't know because I don't mess with Mercari at all. Augustine Espinosa. Equestrian refund? What? Yeah, just be aware there are some energy cards in that box of common and commons. Next up we have Kristen Hickman. Oh, Christine. Is it Kristen? I think I said it right. Kristen Hickman. 3 Digimons version 1 for my birthday. Happy birthday to me. All right, give me a minute. You need a Gengar. Thanks, mister, for my first greatest slab. Also, how does GMA compare to PSA in terms of like cross grading? You know, I did a review on them. If you didn't see my review of GMA grading, go look up my videos. It was a very recent one, and it didn't look bad. It didn't look bad. There were a few cases I didn't agree with. Steep. Your reboot looks like a 10. I've seen it already. Mercari with the flea market fake pokies. How long till celebrations? 2 days. Could you please show us through those slabs for sale behind you? No, and if you guys ask for me to rotate the slabs, the moderators are supposed to mute you, okay? So you guys cannot ask for rotations on these because the chat room will just return into those requests. So that's not allowed, okay? All right, so here we go. We've got Venom Myotismon. Ooh. All right, we'll go ahead and slab that up. I'm sorry, sleeve that up. If you ask to rotate slabs, you get a Poke ban. You don't get banned, but it is just a mute, okay? I suppose the moderators could mute you if you're intentionally doing it over and over and over again to try and get in trouble. Here's Zudomon. That's my favorite Zudo. If I tell my father is arrest you. No, don't tell your dad, please. Please don't tell your dad. Where do you see yourself in 20 years? Opening Pokemon cards, just like right now. I have no intention of leaving. Easily the coolest job ever. I'm trying to imagine a cooler job than this. It's actually hard to imagine. Can you not rotate slabs, please? Oh, well, there you go. Sounds good. I'll keep these exact slabs for the rest of the night. All right, Kristen. Miss Kristen. I would tell my dad, but never came back. Boop. What a lovely card. Happy birthday, Kristen. Next up, we got Demetrius, the cake slab. Right, here it is. And we write your name on this side. Talk more world news. I don't know what's going on in the world. Actually, somebody mentioned that they're having the Canadian elections, and I have not kept up with that at all because I've been so focused watching the Gabby Petito murder mystery unfold. But yeah, so apparently they're having Canadian elections. Mr. Politics update. There's still the crisis on the border. I think I heard that the Biden administration is choosing to take a lot of the Haitian immigrants and ship them out, actually. And they're saying, don't come here illegally. We're creating a way for you to come here legally. Please do that. So I think I just briefly heard that. I don't know how true it is. But, you know, it is, regardless where you stand on the issue, it's a very paltry way for people to, you know, they're outside in the elements and they've got children, and you probably catch all kinds of diseases very fast. You could have troubles with exposure to the elements, and it's pretty bad, isn't it? And also just the fact that you're hiring people to move you back and forth. You never know, like, how people are taken advantage of. So they're saying, don't come. We're going to create a way for you guys to come legally, but don't try to come here illegally. And I think I heard that they were, like, deporting them back to Haiti. So Stephen Yang says, Ninetales Shadowless. Ninetales. Oh, right. So that was over here. Here we are. I saw them serving iced tea. I want some iced tea. That sounds good, man. Stephen Yang. I feel sorry for the Haitians. Yeah, well, you know, they got hit by an earthquake and their leader got assassinated. So they're going through some really turbulent times. So, you know, it's very logical and explainable what's going on. Next up, we got Jason Wong. He says, Dark Slow King, please. I thought that would sell because that is a very cool card. And Neo Destiny is one of those sets that did not have a very big print run. All right, this is for Jason Wong. One life custom. If the Slow King is taken, I'll take 7 Shining Fates. All right, so let me go ahead and write this up. You guys know I show off the slabs at the beginning of the stream, so all you got to do is rewind and rewatch that if you missed it. What's the Gabby story? Gabby Petito? She was a travel vlogger, and she had like a whole bunch of followers, and her fiance, we believe, murdered her during their travels. So it's like this happy story that turned into a horror murder mystery. Brian's on the run. He's escaped. We don't know where he's at. The parents may have actually helped him escape, and she was just located in a state park. They found her remains. They're doing an autopsy on her. They just did a big search on their home, Brian Laundrie's home. Really sad. All right, now I believe Mr. Jason would also like a live custom booster. Here you go, Jason. Mr. MJ Cooley, thanks for becoming a member. Dialga, ooh. Tim Pool needs to take off that stinky bean. He is probably as bald as you can be, and he just needs to let the bald out, man. It happens to us all, well, to most men, right? You know, he's got to be wealthy somewhat. He's got a very successful YouTube channel with crazy amounts of views. Just go get hair plugs or something. I don't know. Or the fake hair, the hair transplant. You know, my hairline's starting to recede, and I've thought about it myself. Like, why not, if it's possible? You guys ever seen the two pictures, Elon Musk on one side and then Elon Musk on the other side? And it was him going almost entirely bald on the left, and then he's this devilishly handsome man on the right because all of his hair's come back magically. It wasn't magic, it was surgery. So, I mean, he must have enough money to afford getting that sort of surgery so that, you know, he could if he wanted to. But no, he wears the beanie, and it's, it is a little cheesy, isn't it? It's a little cheesy. It costs like 70,000. Ha! A mere drop of his wealth. No, but seriously, I mean, he's got a really large channel. He might actually be able to pay that much without even sweating. You guys would be surprised how much money you can make when your videos are pulling in the kind of views his pulls. I've had some videos do very well on the TheCardconomist channel. I think I had some videos that earned like $6,000 each, and it, you know, it blew my mind. And my videos don't even do as well as some of his. So it's not that he has no money. Maybe he just doesn't want it. I don't know. Hard to say. But I agree. The beanie looks like a stinky beanie. It's got to go. Mr. Jason. Are you not in here, Jason? Wayne Rooney paid £250,000 for his hair transplant. Yeah, that's a lot to look young again. Worth every penny, maybe. What would you guys call it in the UK? Worth every, you guys have got the pound, and sometimes you call it another thing. James. Pence? Worth every pence. There we go. Worth every shilling. Right. I'm going to create a new bag for you. Who donates their hair? Worth every crumpet. Gotta do what you gotta do. I bet you a lot of the news guys, they do the same thing. They probably use their income to get that perfect hair, and it might include hair surgery. I don't know. All right, we'll toss this over here. There is some kid somewhere who donated their hair. What? Quid. That's what I was looking for. Quid. Quid was the word. Now we have Mr. Donald Story, who would like this dark muck, but I actually had two of them. So there's another one available. You got it, Mr. Donald. Mr. got 100 more subscribers in one day. Hey, we're doing well. Thank you, everyone, for helping. We're trying to reach 100,000 subscribers. I want this channel to be as big as the TheCardconomist channel was. That would make me really happy. You know, you got to have goals, and that's kind of my goal. The truth is, I can't do it on my own. I got to have your help. So I hope that, you know, you can find me entertaining enough to hit that subscribe button. Next up, what I mean is don't hit the subscribe button. Does that work? Reverse psychology? Probably not. Arturo Perez says, give me that dark muck. Oh, I'm going to give you the dark muck, mister. So Mr. Arturo Perez also is picking up the other one. It is sold. I think you'll like this card a lot. I've been trying to bring some attention to the Rocket Returns collection. It's one of my favorite card collections out there. I would say it's probably my second favorite collection. There we go. How do you think you would handle your channel if it had like 200,000 subscribers instead of what you had now? Do you think you would be able to keep up? That is a fascinating question. I don't know. Maybe what we would do is we would have a membership program, and in order to order cards, you would actually have to be a member. I don't know. We would have to find some sort of method where we can filter down the number of people ordering cards without dramatically raising the prices. Because what we do is we do live openings. And the problem is people are waiting in these like 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour lines to get the cards opened. And that's just becoming a problem, you know, because people are like complaining, oh, you're going to have to refund me because I'm waiting too long. And it's like, I don't want to have to deal with that. You know what I mean? Or maybe there needs to be like a big, you know, big warning. You might wait 3 hours to get your cards open. So I don't know. Roberto Bahena, he says, let me get that Magneton. Of course, it's not every night. Some nights are actually slower than others, but we've been on a streak for a little while. Bahena. There we go. You only paid $4K? For my hair transplant? Yeah, man. Oop, there we go. All right. Sounds like the music paused again. Let me go ahead and unpause it. There we go. Now we have Mark Assignation. He wants 3 of the Opus 1s plus a little extra as a tip. Damn, dude. All right. There we go. Sneep. I could do double streams. That could also alleviate the long lines at night. So if we had 2 streams per day, no doubt some of the people who come here late at night will have already opened up the cards they want to open earlier in the day. So basically what I'd be doing is I'd be increasing my stream time by having 2 separate streams. Now, how would I do that? I don't know. Maybe if there was another person hosting the stream, maybe like, I don't know, Quip. Maybe. Maybe we have a Quip stream. Here's Bryn Hilder. So that's just another thing we've thought about. Ifrit, Thief, Geomancer, Mystic, Moogle, Monk, and Gitball. Just an idea. But, you know, it's very hard for, you know, to make a decision like that because she's doing quite well over her job as a software engineer. Oh, that's the legendary Cloud. So this is the card you're trying to pull as a holographic card. You guys see this? This is an Opus 1. Opus 1 is the Final Fantasy base set. And it's this beautiful Cloud card, and you're trying to pull this as a holo. Now, he's got it as a non-holo. Would I grade it? Absolutely. In fact, it's probably going to grade 10 because it's non-holo. Those grade 10 more often because you don't get as many print lines. So that's what you're looking for. I don't know what the non-holo 10 would go for, maybe a little over 100. But the 10 holo goes for quite a lot because it's so rare, it's so hard to pull. Hey, Argath, Red, Dragoon, Nora. You got Holo Nora, Waka. Here's Laguna, Sid, and Golbez. Golbez is also a legendary. Okay. If you have 2 streams, your product availability would sell out faster. Restock would be more demanding. Then prices go up. They anger people. Well, yeah, that's true. We would have to order a larger amount of product at a time. Maybe one day we could find a way to get with the distributor. I applied to go with to get a distributor, and they rejected it. So, you know, I don't think they want to add internet guys to their list of buyers. I think they want to add just brick and mortar stores. I don't know what it is, but potentially in the future we could have a brick and mortar store. But you know, I'm in Lake of the Ozarks. It's not really necessary to have a brick and mortar store. There's not that much traffic out here. It's pretty unpopulated. That's what's so nice about it out here. It's all wilderness. All right, Mr. Mark Assignation, I got your bag right here. Just stream at 2 times speed. Brian, you have the brightest ideas. Stream at double time speed. But that is actually a little bit true. If I were to not talk as much and just focus on opening the cards very quickly, we could bust through more packs. I've tested it before. Just focusing, don't read the chat, just focus exclusively on the cards and open them super fast. That does actually get the line down. However, I feel like I don't really like that too much because you don't get to see your card as much as it's being opened. And I don't get to communicate with you guys as much either. Now we have Tony Ball. Hey, Mr. Slab away payment for my PSA 9 Japanese base set Blastoise. All right, give me a second, Mr. Tony. Let me see if you're already on the list. You are. And you're adding how much? 40? All right, so we're going to add 40. Tony Ball. 525 minus 40. What would that be? Let me just use a calculator. You have 485 remaining. All right, there you go. Now we have Kevin O'Neill. 4 Japanese, common and common. You got it. Cash out ready? What? We're going to have a stream where my wife opens up Pokemon cards, but only with her feet. Almost like you need an editor to add timestamps for all the orders in one night, which would be extremely time-consuming. Yeah, that would be very time-consuming. That would probably help a lot of people too, but I mean, I wouldn't want that job unless I was being paid extremely well. Because that is, you're talking about an extremely boring job. All right, here we are. There we go. All right, make a pack opening machine. Ooh. Here's Centrit from Neo Discovery. Sandslash from Fossil. That's great. And Electric Energy. All right. Look at this. Have it like that. All right. So that's for Kevin O'Neill. Let's find your bag, Kevin. I really like the common and common cards. The reason I like it so much is because I can kind of envision this sort of like future for them where they become this really cool thing where you pull common and commons, but then you have a shot to pull like something really hot out of the box. And I think that would be very cool. Next up, we got Kip F, who wants 2 XY evolutions. Ooh. I'd do that job as a college student, huh? Do we have another new member? Who is this? Mr. J. Wong, what's up, man? I know who you are. New member, sneak. This is for Kip F. How's it going, Kip? You do that job for minimum wage? Weedle. All right, there's Weedle. Machoke coughing. Can you see the time the order came in when you're reading it? If so, you could say the order time and people could have a better idea of when their order will be and ending the asking questions. Yeah, one thing I've done recently is I've started shouting out the line. I've done that a few times and people seem to appreciate it. There's so much limited space on the table. How crazy would it be if there was like an actual list generated where you could see who was next? That'd be cool. All right, let's see. We got Voltorb. I'm going to toss a Charmander behind it. This is for Kip F. Kip F, no Charizard in these packs, man. Voltorb and Weedle from Weedle Gang. Oh, looked like somebody just shot off fireworks. Overlay your stream. What? Nuh-uh. Weedle and Diglett at the same time. Get a camera that has a bigger FOV. Field of Vision. Let me skip this music. Boop. We have Mr. Nate Herzog, 2 XY evolutions. Change your name. There can't be 2 misters. True. This is for Nate Herzog. Oh, Nate. All right, Nate. That's double colorless energy. Okay, first pack is cold. Next pack. Wow, you guys had the same order. Weedle Diglett and Dragonite EX. Nice. All right. Mister, why don't you stream during the day? That's just how the schedule works out. My wife works in the daytime, so I sleep while she works, and then we hang out, and then when she goes to bed, I start to stream. So we have this really particular setup that allows us to maximize the time we spend together. Now, I could stream while she's working. That means I would be streaming at like 8 a.m. in the morning. Who's up at 8 a.m. in the morning buying Pokemon cards? Not a lot of people. Most of you guys are at work at that point. All right, Mr. Nate. Nate, I don't recognize your name. You got a bag, Nate? Let's see if Nate has a bag. We got Noah, Nicholas, Nick, Nicholas, Nathan, Nicholas. The international folks. Yeah, well, I mean, that's fine. But I think most of the people opening cards here are from the USA, and that makes sense because the shipping's cheaper for them. I could be demoted to wake up. What? Tempted, I think you mean. It would probably save me some money if stream was in the morning. So you could avoid it. Nate. Hurt. Zog. All right, new bag, Mr. Nate. There we go. But you're right, it's pretty late, especially for people in New York. It's already 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. now. But in California, it's more like 11. Samuel Moore says 2 Evolving Skies for Mr. Samuel Moore. Now, do me a favor, guys. When you place an order, let me know the status of your bag, okay? It helps figure out where this is going. Can you say, anyone ever read the book Stuck in Neutral? What? I'm in Rhode Island. It's 2:30 here. Whew. Here's Rufflin Florjaz. And here's Zoroark. Wish I still had my U.S. address as I live on the border in Canada. I'm in California. Mister, can I get the Charmeleon behind Pikachu? Behind Pikachu? Yeah, if he's still there. Okay, so Mr. Samuel Moore. Let's see. Samuel Moore. If you had a bag, you'd be right in the front over here because your name sounds like it would be fairly new. And I do not see you. I'm going to create a new bag for you, okay? All right. right, welcome to the table, Mr. Samuel. Can you do a waifus only box? I think I could actually. I think I could actually do a waifus only box. Next up, we got John Peril. Welcome back, John. He wants 2 King's Court. Oh, John. Let me move these over here. And grab 2 King's Court. Oh, by the way, another thing you guys might not have noticed returned, Shining Fates is back on the menu. I think we mentioned that yesterday. All right, what do we got? Ooh, Utopia. Right, White Rose Cloister. I almost said right woes. Here's number 49, Fortune Teller. Fortune Tune, I mean. Mr. John Peril, those are going to be cold. I can see you're really going for those hot Yugis. Yeah, I just made food, says Uncle John. All right, there we go. Sweet! We have OSM next. OSM says 3 Evolving Skies, keep the holos unless the legendary birds. All right, sounds good. Mr. OSM. Did you see there are Celebration CGC slabs on eBay? That's ridiculous. Which Evolving Skies product? I was looking today. Did CGC raise their prices? They have in the past. Maybe you haven't looked in so long that you didn't see it. Here's Jumpluff. Here's Gordy Zapdos. And Carvana. He's such a scary fish. What a scary little fish. So, Mr. OSM, no crazy pulls. You said donate unless it's the birds. That's a Galarian Zapdos, so we better find your bag. Okay, we'll slide him in with your other holos. Thank you so much. Saratoga Designated Driver's Car Service. Good evening, mister. Can I have 5 live custom boosters and live shipping on my bag? Thanks so much. You're my favorite Dee. What? Did I read that right? All right, here we go. Let's see what you got. 5 of them. He went deep. Pyroar. Ludicolo. Oh, here we are. So you only needed 3. You're going to overshoot by 2. Let's see what happens. 1 and 2. Ah, darn. Let's see what you pull. If it had been another hit, that would have been cool. PSA 10, SV93. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. You didn't do too bad. So I'm assuming I ship your slab out as well, right? Tapu Koko 10 from Hidden Fates. Ooh. And your name starts with an S. Did I put you up top? I feel like I put you up top earlier. Yes. Here we are. All right. And you want some live shipping. Sounds good. Mister. Looks like we've never shipped you before. Let me get your address. That's a lot of gold. It is. It's so much. All right, we're jumping over here. Grab your email. And print. Online, but I'm sure you have to pay a good bit for shipping. What are you talking about? Talking to Stump about it? What? All right, you are going to be live shipped, mister. Let's see who's next. It looks like it's time to refresh. Man, I'm just tempted to keep that. I might just keep that. He's sexy as hell. I don't have any more hyper rares in that row. Wow, you know, the camera angle really doesn't do these cards justice. You want to see them better? Take a look at this. I need like some better lighting for sure. I need to change my whole setup actually. That's my plan. I want to set up the whole, I want to change the whole setup. Expedition Cubone. The 10 PSA 10 Cubone is $700. So I think that the 200 is somewhat reasonable. All right, let's see. And you know, of course, Expedition cards are pretty rare. There's not a lot of them. Expedition is a main set from the WotC era. It's one of the last rounds of sets from the WotC era. He's just a cool Pokemon. That's about it. People simp for him. All right, we finished OSM. No, wait. That's another OSM order. Hold on. Curtis Hockey is next. He would like an XY Evolutions and 100 off of his slab and slab away. All right. So Curtis Hockey. All right, Curtis Hockey, it looks like we never added you to the slab away list, so you're going to be added right now. First, we got to find your slab. People do be liking this slab away, though. Oh, dear, man. All right. Woo! Oops. You're not in box number 1. Curtis Hockey really not in here? I guess not. Wait, where's box number 2? Oh, here it is. Did they find Brian's laundry? Not yet. They're still searching. Well, gosh, where are you, Curtis Hockey? Jack Walsh, Tammy Lowe, Donald, Rand, Jonas, Jacob Kai. Oh, here it is. Curtis Hockey, I found you. Jumping around too much. Damn, you're smart, man. You took that Blaine's Charizard. I'm surprised other people didn't jump on that one, because that's great, actually. To be able to pay that down in payments. All right, so it says you were at 830, and now you're at 730. There you go. All right, so you've been added to the slab away list, and now we need to open up your Evolutions pack, and we don't need to hold this all the time anymore. See, we only need that when it's done selling. I ought to get more slabs like that and offer them. Electabuzz, Rattata, Growl. Oh, Reverse Holo Chansey and Arcanine. All right, not bad. Very nice. I've been a brave little girl. Where's my treat? That's for Mr. Curtis with a C. Here we are. I've been a brave little girl. We're going to put the card back here, so it is behind the gum, not in front of it. Where's my treat? Next up, we got Augustine Espinosa. Open up those ponies, mister. Don't forget to check the rarity. Sounds good. When did your mama say he would give us next drop? Oh, I'm sure he was just a rumor guy. Rumor guys on the internet, they like attention, so they come up with rumors. If you got a week off and a paid vacation, where would you go? Probably Lake of the Ozarks. I don't know. If I could go anywhere in the world right now, I'd go on a vacation in the UK so I can decide more about how I feel about it. So I can decide if I want to buy a house in the UK. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, one of the things I've been thinking a lot about for like future investing, I wouldn't mind investing in a property, an international property. And I like the UK because it's really small. It's an island. And I like the idea of buying a property in a competitive area where people want to live. All right, Mr. Augustine, come to Australia when we're not in lockdown. Whew. I don't know, man. It's tough to get into these countries until they lift their COVID restrictions. That's another thing. Like, I haven't been vaccinated. And I haven't had the 12 booster shots yet. So they're going to be like, you can't come in. You're going to give us COVID. Mr. Augustine. Here it goes. Common, rare, and holo. Okay, Oh, right off the bat, actually, that says ultra rare. You are. AK Yearling, Pegasus. All right, so right off the bat, huh? Yo mama play with my heart. What else we got? Common, 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 rare. Okay, and similar to the previous sets, not every pack is giving you a guaranteed holographic card. Rare. So you want to grab a pack that does have a holo card in it. That's rare. Like this one. Rainbow Dash. What? That's a scheming little pony. There you go. That's for Augustine. You should sneak them. Nice My Little Ponies. You should sneak them. Sneak them all. So I believe that these are the rare cards here. These are the cards you would consider grading. I don't know if there's much of a market for graded pony cards, but you never know. You never know, actually. People didn't think that Pokemon cards would sell for a lot. I mean, you're probably called nuts if you said, yeah, this card will go for $100 one day. Look at it now. Jeremy Patterson is next. He says, the Voltorb slab, add with shipping. Thanks. Okay. You know, the Voltorb slab's a lot of fun because you could, like, practice cracking slabs out by using that slab for, oh, here it is, for practice. And you're not going to get it much cheaper than 20 bucks. I think 20 bucks is already pretty low. Pretty much it just covers the cost of grading at that point. There's Saratoga. Where did we put you, Mr. Jeremy? I see it. All right, there we go. Place this up here. All right. Zane Cross, 5 packs of My Little Pony, 3 packs of Skies. You got it. Man, listen to the music. Oh. We've got, oh, Go Feed. I can't decide. Man, that's some ponies on that one. All right, that's pack number 1 for Zane Cross. Zane, if you're here, we're opening your cards. Mr. Zane. Okay, in your dreams. The FBI took Brian's Pokemon collection. Oh, man. Stealing those Pokemons. What the? Oh, my God. His name is Snips, and he's got a scissors on his butt. It is almost too relevant of a pony. Because we do some snips ourselves, don't we? Snips. You also got this Princess Mi Amore. All right. She's looking pretty evil over here. Sneep it. We got Penny Lane. There we go. It's our mascot. It's basically the equivalent of our pony mascot because we snip a lot. All right, that's for Zane Cross. Mr. Zane. Oh, wait. You need to have your 3 Evolving Skies as well. Here you are. The FBI took over the case since it happened to cross state lines. Is this base set? No. Mister, would you ever want to open your own retail Pokemon shop? Do you prefer the stream instead? So we have a little area out here in Lake of the Ozarks called the Bagnell Dam Strip. It's basically like the only thing close to a main street out here. There's a bunch of bars, there's a bunch of restaurants, and there's some little specialty knick-knack shops. Although, surprisingly, there's like 2 or 3 sex shops. So if you want to buy dildos and shit like that, and condoms and everything, you can buy them there. So it's kind of like an adult place for adults to party at, right? It's called the Bagnell Strip, and it's a walkway outdoors, very beautiful, and then the actual Bagnell Dam is just over a big bridge, and you can see the water pouring out of it. It's really amazing, actually. And I've thought about potentially opening a card shop out there because, you know, back where I used to live, we had something called St. Charles Main Street. It used to be the capital of Missouri. And it's this old, like, 1800 town, a town from the 1800s where all these brick buildings still exist. It's like a scene out of an old cowboy movie. You know, the street is so amazing. And Bagnell Strip is kind of like that, but they're just lacking something. They're like lacking more diverse shops, places to go shopping in. And I kind of, chalk that down to there not being enough businessmen out here because, again, Lake of the Ozarks, it has a lot of wealthy people. They own a vacation home where they have their boat and they play on the lake in the summer. But it's not very, like, populated out here because it's so isolated from the rest of the world. There's not a lot of businesses. There's not a lot of jobs out here. So great place if you're wealthy and you love the wilderness and you want to own a lake house. Not so great for, like, if you want to come out here and expect to find a high-end job, really. Well, anyways, the Bagnell Strip would probably be the best place to open up a card shop, and I've thought about it. But I think, first of all, I'd need probably a bank loan for that, because that would probably cost an enormous amount of money. And then I'd need to hire people to run the shop. So if you want to run a card shop, come run a card shop for me or something. I don't know. So that's for Mr. Zane. Let me find your bag, Zane. Zane says he has a bag. Because I can tell you, I don't have time to run a shop. I go live every night. I go live every day. I already run an online shop. I have no overhead. I got no employees. It's a lot of work, but, it's a one-man band system over here. And if I wanted to expand to a Pokemon card shop, I'd be changing my whole lifestyle, my whole schedule. I'd have to drive out there every day. It'd be very difficult. I'll run the shop into the ground. Can I operate the Sonic Welder? Why not? I'll make it all vending machines. Right. Like, I thought about that. I thought about contacting all the grocery stores and being like, let me operate a vending machine. Rand says, hey, Mr. Snorlax is the worst Pokemon ever. I hate it so much. Ban all the Snorlax in chat, please. Okay, if you say so, Mr. Rand. All right, sorry, Snorlax V. I'm gonna have to ban all Snorlaxes. I didn't know that. I can hide the moderators. I can mute them. All right, Rand, I did what you said. Here's George Alvarez. He says, one live custom booster and one XY Fates Collide. Ah, man, Snorlaxes. Ugh. I'm just kidding. I'm actually a huge Snorlax fan myself. Boop. Oh, Mr. George Alvarez, you're having a nice night. That's a one-pack snipe out of the live custom booster box. And you pull GMA 10. Okay, at least it's a cool little card. You've got Dreadnought VMAX Hyper Rare. Wow. Actually, that's pretty cool. I like this card. I always like this card from Champion's Path. It's a nice looking card. So that is for Mr. George Alvarez. Snorlax is the ultimate sexy waifu. That's true. I believe I'm basically out of GMA cards now, right? That was fun. The GMA return is very interesting. The upgrade to his label looks pretty impressive. I wonder what his future will be like. I wonder if he's trying to expand his operation. Who knows? Overall, I didn't think GMA was too bad. Oh, man, look at that. And you pull Alakazam full art. Now, he looks off-center. He's probably a 9 at best, but it's still a great pull. Congratulations. Damn. So cool. You had a great round, George. George has some of the best luck tonight so far. All right, Mr. George. Georgie Porgy. Can't wait for that CGC return. Oh, right, the CGC return has not shown up. That means it is very likely going to show up tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Yeah, you'd think that the stuff arrives on Monday every day, but it doesn't. Probably because the post office shuts down on Saturday, Sunday, so by the time Monday opens back up, they probably got this slog of mail to work through. Wait, they do actually deliver on Saturdays, though, don't they? It's Sunday that they're closed. We have Jesus Leva. 3 Dragon Ball Z Supercross. All right, give me a second. It's been a while, but I have a bag. What's up, man? Mr. Leva, how's it going? So it's a lovely Tuesday morning, isn't it? It's a lovely Tuesday morning. The week's going through. How's your week going so far, by the way, guys? Any interesting news with you guys? Who's got an interesting story to tell? Son Goku? Damn. He's all like, wow, 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 wow. Where's the My Little Pony at, says Toby. My Little Pony. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Taco Tuesday. Here's Android 17 and Majin Buu, Unadulterated Destruction. You know what tacos I don't miss? Taco Bell tacos. How do they get away with that, man? Taco Bell tacos. I can't believe I used to eat those. I'm moving me and my girl into our house on Friday. Oh, very I almost said sexting, because my mind immediately went to that exciting first night sex in a brand new home or apartment. You're like, there's something about being in a new bedroom, you know, it just gets you running. You're like, ooh, engines are turned on. We are set to go. How sexting. Mr. Jesus Leviel, let's find your bag. Mister, will you have Silver Lance in time for the holidays? Silver Lance. That's not a bad idea. Mister, it's not pronounced Majin, it's pronounced May-Agin. Wow. All right, well, we'll go with that from now on. Thank you for correcting me. May-Agin, guys. May-Agin. Is it like May-Agin? All right, we got Javier. James Manuen. Jenna. Jet. Javier. We got Jaguar Plays. Oh, I got to ship that still. He's probably still waiting on it. What's this? A Javier Maldonado? Did I not have him earlier? James Bold. Javier Arroyo. James O'Harris. Jared Sigmund. Hey, there we go. Mr. Leva, you're at the very back of the box, man. I mean, your bag's been in there for a while. Your bag has been in there for a while. Now, the only problem, that J box is awfully full. Oh, and were we not having trouble just a minute ago finding a Mr. Jason W? I'm sorry, Jason. I know exactly where your bag is. So you just have the one holo card. I know where this is at. I created another J box. I don't know what it is with the letter J, but everyone seems to have the letter J in their name. Here we are. Your bag's right here, Jason. Of course. Yeah, I was so enwrapped in the conversation we were having that I'd forgotten I'd placed it in a special place. The new J box. The backup J box to hold all this J overflow. Who else is in here? Jared Sentovic is in here. Joseph Dolezal is in here. Joseph Bowie's in here. All right, so I believe also Jared Sentovic got a new bag too, didn't he? Yes. So Mr. Jared Sentovic. Oh my God. That's the best pull of the night is this Sylveon. So I'm going to go ahead and place this into your original bag. I'd forgotten that I'd created this box for you guys. There you go. So now your cards are in the proper box. And the more times I reach for your bag, the better my mind will remember it's in there. What's your friend code in PokeGo? My friend code 49. No, I'm sorry, 42069. There we go. Next up, we have Mr. Eric Lovato, who says one live, one live. All right, Mr. Eric. We got one. Got something in there. Slow King. And two. Slacking. I'm sorry, Eric. That's going to be a cold round this time. Eric, you had like a bazillion slabs. That's what I remember. I think I just shipped you, right? You had a ton. OSM returns and says, put me in the large. You got a spot in the large. Mister, I was asking Jack. Mister, is Brian's bag in there? What? Brian whom? Brian Laundry's bag? OSM. Mister, what anime have you watched? Let me think about it. A long time ago, with a totally different girlfriend, I watched Full Metal Alchemist. I thought it was pretty good. Oh, here we go. I thought Full Metal Alchemist was pretty good. And then I've also watched a number of those Miyazaki movies. Those are pretty nice. Those are pretty nice animes that I've watched. I never watched Dragon Ball, and I never watched Yu-Gi-Oh! I can tell you that. I did watch part of the Pokemon series as a kid. I loved it. Mostly I was just watching for Misty, of course. Let's see, who else? I've watched a little bit of, like, I guess the anime with all the robots in it. My wife was really into that for a short while. She's not watching it as much now. Oh, I had to watch a little bit of Naruto with my wife as well. So I watched, like, maybe the first season or two or three. So I watched a little bit of Naruto, so now I know all the Sharingan and all that. Gundam, yes, Gundam. And then, what else did I watch? Two of them, racism. Damn, he got right to the heart of it. Next up, we got Cake Man. Can I get a very rare custom pack, please? A very rare custom pack. Mr. Cake Man, you're confusing me. Are you talking about a large? He says a very rare custom pack. So I think he means a large. Cake Man, I'll write you down for spot number 34 in the large. Mr. Cake Man, if that's not right, you need to correct it, okay? Oh, he's here. How's it going, Cake Man? There you go. Now, since you're definitely new, because I would remember a name like Cake Man, which is a great name, let me explain the large. There's 40 spots. It's a reserve list, and we're filling it out. When it's all full, we'll open up all the packs at the same time. One person is going to pull very hot PSA cards. Everyone else is basically going to lose. They're going to lose 40 bucks, okay? But basically, these packs, they have, like, they'll have a holographic card in it, like this. These are the actual packs. Oh, well, this one has a Gyarados in it. I'm sorry. But they'll have packs like this. There we go. And it's just got a reverse holo Kakuna in it. And I'm not even going to take the time to put it in your bag unless you ask me to. But, you know, that's a reverse holo, and it's worth maybe like 25 cents. I don't know what it's worth. Not that much. So in order to keep it moving fast, I just show you what you got, and then I close it back up. But one guy will pull very hot. He'll pull the 3 slabs. That's the large. Now you understand how it works. You have time to back out of it if you don't like it, okay? You also know your odds. There's a total of 3 hot pulls in the entire round of 40. Only 3. So your odds are 3 out of 40. That's pretty small. You run the risk of losing your $40. It's pretty high risk. It's not really as high as, like, I guess, you know, like an actual lottery like the government hosts. But yeah, so you got about 3 in 40 odds. And most people, that means 37 people, will get pretty close to nothing. You'll get a reverse holo card, and I won't even put it in your bag unless you ask me to. Okay? Basically is 6 out of 80. Wow, James, that's really good. Next up, we got Tyler Matson with a huge order. He says, good evening, everyone. 2 more boxes tonight. I'll do the My Little Pony box, a box of Shiny Fates. New boxes go quick, don't they? They do. So we're going to get more My Little Ponies after tonight. I don't know why I only ordered 3 of them. Because I sold a whole case of them. Here we are. Woo! My Little Ponies. And we'll have Mr. Mike's side clip this. Actually, did he clip the ones from yesterday? I didn't even check. Mr. Mike's side, I don't really manage Mr. Mike's side. He works on his own. He's a free pokey agent, and that's the way I like it. All right, here we are. I remember when we started, I told him that's what I was looking for. Because back when I ran TheCardconomist, I used to work with the editor a lot over there, and the problem was I'd have to do too much work for him. I'd be like, I want somebody who just does it all by themselves without even talking. There we go. Wow, how many, that's a lot of packs, man. How many packs are in a box? Does it say how many packs are in a box? Here, let's just count them up. I assumed there were 36 in a box. It didn't occur to me there might be more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There are exactly 36 packs in a box. All right. Which 3 are the jackpot for the large? So the large is almost over. I don't really feel like I need to advertise that at this point, but just for the fun of it, here's the large. There's a Raichu and a Victory Bell. These are pity pulls. So 2 guys will pull these pity pulls. Just 2 guys. But here's the actual large. Meganium 10 from Expedition. Feraligatr 10 from Expedition. And Typhlosion 10 from Expedition. Wow-wee. And they have about a $1,200 value together. I think that's what it came out to. I don't remember. But it's pretty fancy. So that's the current large. Ooh. Oh, there's lightning out there, man. Pretty fancy. Steep. Those are not cheap cards at all. I'll tell you what, I obtained them a long time ago in an order I purchased from a guy from like Denmark, and he was selling them all. He had every single Expedition card, graded 10. He sold me the entire lot for $2,000. That was about 2 years ago, though. So 2 years later, just those 3 cards go for about $1,200, $1,200. It really shows you it was a very smart purchase. And sometimes people ask, like, how do you make your money? It's true, I make a little money on the packs, but Like those slabs, that's where the real money is being made. And it was just a smart purchase. And, you know, I predicted they'd go up in price, and they did. All right, here we go. Toss or keep the rares tonight. Just holos and ultra rares for me. Ooh, sounds good. So we can do this real fast. All right. One. Ooh, that's an ultra rare. Queen Chrysalis. Damn. Is that a good card? All I know is that she does not look like she's up to any good. Next pack. I'm a 27-year-old kid. You're right. Here's Applejack. All right. That's 50,000 bazillion. You have Expedition Gengar. Yeah, he's a cool card for sure. All right. I'm back from the Shadow Realm, says Snorlax. Here's Scootaloo. Oh, Scootaloo. Oh, man, that's a big lightning. We might disconnect if the rain makes me lose connection. Okay, everyone? You want a banned Gengar. Oh, from like Gym Challenge, right? Fluttershy. Ooh. It's like, yeah. Okay, we'll put that over there. What do you think someone needs to do to stop being poor? Oh, man, that's a great question. There's a lot of self-help books out there. When I was real poor, I read a lot of self-help books on investing, on starting businesses. So the very first thing you need to do is expand how you're being educated from just what you're learning in school to, you know, I did audiobooks. So I did audiobooks and I walked for like 8 to 16 hours a day. Well, really, it was never just 8 hours. It was always about 12 to 16 hours a day. I was walking for Coca-Cola. I worked for Coca-Cola at that time period in my life. And I had an iPod full of books on investing, and I learned some really brilliant ideas that really affected the rest of my life. I would say, since you're here listening, I would say one of the most important ideas I learned, and no one had ever taught me this, somebody had to tell me this in one of these books. Everyone's always working on an asset. An asset is something that is a cash flow providing object you can own. So, for example, I just bought that sonic welder. To me, that's an asset because one day it could be sealing up card holders, and those will sell for a profit. It's a tool that makes you more efficient and more productive, right? So that's an asset. And somebody is always working on an asset. And really, so what's going on with Coca-Cola, when I was working for them, they're working on their asset, their factories. They're working on their factories, their ability to produce soda, their brand. And he says that the book was teaching me that that is the source of all wealth, basically. You must be working on an asset that you own to become truly wealthy. There you go, another ultra rare. You must be working on an asset that you own in order to become wealthy. And if you don't do that, if you work on someone else's asset, you will forever be poor. You will never catch up to the guy who is working on his own asset. It will always be impossible. He will get such a huge lead on you, you will never catch up. And so that was it just changed my whole view of the world. I realized I was at Coca-Cola making another man wealthy. And in order for me to be wealthy, I needed to open up my own Coca-Cola factory. That's the only way for me to become wealthy. So here I am, and I'm trying to start card grading, you know. So it's risky. I've already sunk a lot of money into it, and I don't know if people will want me to grade cards for them. But I know now that I'll be, instead of working for PSA, I'll be competing with PSA. So you have to think that way. How can I compete with PSA rather than work for them? And that will make you wealthy. So if you don't want to be poor, well, and everyone starts poor, by the way. Even rich people start poor. So you got like, we mentioned the Rothschild family, right? And they got into like gold manipulation a really long time ago. Well, there was a point where their great-great-great-grandfather, whoever, he was just a poor man. He was poor. He wasn't special. So no matter who you look at, whether there's somebody born poor or somebody who started a business, everyone eventually in their bloodline, they start poor. And if you want to change the future for your children and yourself, you have to start working on an asset that you own. So that was a really significant thing. Tyler says, not Trump. He says his small loan of $1 million. Right, but Trump's father was not wealthy. And if he was, well, then his father's father was not wealthy. So, you know, your whole goal should be to produce something for society, some sort of innovation, some sort of tool of productivity, some sort of proper investment that you predicted that was really smart. You need to go work on that. And when you become wealthy because you're working on the right things, you need to pass that wealth and knowledge down to your own children so they continue to protect and build that wealth. So it was either Trump's father or his father's father passed that down to Donald Trump, and it turned Donald Trump into a billionaire in his life. So you could get mad at Donald Trump for having received a loan, or you can make a choice today to be like Donald Trump's father. Right. And that's really important. And it's the difference, in my opinion, between somebody who's going to make it in life and somebody who's going to complain their whole life. Complaining your whole life will never make you wealthy. You have to decide to be like Donald Trump's father and start a business or invest properly, or just work your butt off and work on your own assets and then pass them down to your children. And they have a shot at being wealthy. OK, so that's another tough thing. You have to decide. You have to decide that you're going to sacrifice your life so that your children can live better than you. You have to make that choice. So if you're just going to get mad at kids who inherited money rather than appreciating their grandparents or parents who worked very hard to build that wealth, you're just missing out on the whole story. All right, here we go. You're missing out on the whole story. We got Canterlot, chicken costume, whack. Oh my Lord. So I was listening to books like that when I was younger, and they were incredibly inspiring. And I realized I wasn't going to learn any of that from school. So all the and at this point, it's becoming almost like a stereotype to talk trash on the college institutions and high school. But it is correct to actually criticize them for not teaching you these ideas, like don't work on another man's assets, work on your own assets. And what that means is start your own company and compete with the other companies. Don't just immediately assume that you should. And if you are going to work for another man, don't just be at the bottom of that hierarchy. You need to be one of the executives. You know, so there's these huge institutions like Google and Coca-Cola that already exist. You need to be an executive in that company, or else you are wasting your time. So you have to have some way to get up there. It might be, I don't know how you become an executive. I didn't go that route. I started my own, you know, I'm doing this. I started YouTube. But, you know, a lot of it has to do with specializing in a skill. You have to offer skills and work ethics that other people can't offer. That's why I'm a computer science major. It really paves the way for me to do my own thing. Well, my wife does pretty well as a computer science engineer, but she would never be able to earn what I'm earning, especially when the card grading begins. She'll never catch up to me. So even when you become a computer scientist, what you really need to do is open up a computer science company. The CEO who runs the computer scientists, he is the wealthy one. The computer scientists are his little workers. Princess Luna! So you're sort of just the low-level worker, even though you appear to be a well-paid, highly skilled worker. The person who is truly intelligent and wealthy is the CEO of the company that does the software engineering. So you need to work really hard to position yourself as that guy or his competitor. And a lot of people get really mad at how much money CEOs are making, but they don't wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to be the CEO. But somebody out there really is saying that, and that's how he gets into that position. It's not like magic, you know what I mean? It actually happens because he wakes up and he says, I'm going to get into that position no matter what. So you kind of have to make that choice for yourself. All right, what do we got? We've got me talking a lot. That's what we got. Society doesn't have any workers. That's the reason why they pound. Well, okay, and I'll say this as well. So he was asking me, how do you get rich? That's what he was asking. You don't have to get rich to live a good life. There's downsides to getting rich. There's downsides to being the CEO. When you're the CEO, you work all day. Although some people don't believe that. You do. When you're the CEO, you're responsible for the company. You have to make all the proper choices, all the right choices. You might make the wrong ones. Kmart's going out of business. Toys R Us went out of business. So when you're the CEO, you kind of have a more complicated job than anyone else in the company. That's how it works. And they don't just easily pick you out. So if you want to be the CEO, what you're really doing is you're making a choice to compete at the highest levels. It's all a competition. It's like a race. You're making a choice to compete like that. Now, you don't have to do that, because to compete is a lot of pressure. It's painful. Like working out. Are you going to be the strongest guy with the biggest muscle at the muscle competition? Guess what? You got to sweat more than all the other guys. You got to be in pain longer than all the other guys. Some people in the world, they're just too fragile for that. They can't handle that pain. But that's what's required in order to become wealthy. So if you're making the choice, you know what? I don't like all the pressure. I want to be in a fishing boat with my hat down. I want to lay on the beach. Here's what I say to that. That's totally a legitimate choice. But don't get mad at everyone around you who gets wealthy then, because you're making a choice to avoid all the pressure and all the pain, but you're trading that off with the ability to sit in your boat and go fishing. But don't complain about it later. Like, oh, why are these guys all rich? I hate it. All right, here we are. Woo, that was a long conversation. Let's take a look at Mr. Tyler Matson's beautiful cards. We've got Rarity, Dragon Charmer, Joe, Donatier. Damn, I want to be a Donatier. Now, I'd really get out of shape. Princess Luna, Dreamcatcher. Fluttershy, Element of Kindness. Ooh. Chicken Costume, whack. Here's Rainbow Dash, Element of Loyalty. Fluttershy, Critter Caregiver. Scootaloo, Fan Club Founder. Can we start a Poke Fan Club? Applejack, Element of Honesty. I almost said Honesty. Queen Chrysalis. I'm guessing she's the bad guy. And Twilight Sparkle. Hey, you got all the ponies, man. And here's AK Yearling, Adventure Riderer. She's a riderer. Mr. Tyler, that's going to be your box of ponies. And I'm going to reset this music here. How nice. Mister, you've changed. Stocks are just sophisticated gambling. Yeah, well, I mean, also you could look at it a different way. You could look at it as a way to consolidate your wealth. So if you were to buy, something like, if you were to buy mutual funds, which is an aggregate of all the, major companies, you're never going to get rich from that, but you're probably not going to lose your money either. So it's, you're right, it is still a little bit like gambling, but you're gambling on the entire economy. But that won't make you rich. So if you're already wealthy, you can park your money into stocks. But if you're not already wealthy, don't park your money in stocks. Use your money to start a business. All right, so box number 2. I think we're opening up Shining Fates, right, Mr. Tyler? Shining Fates. New boxes go quick, don't they? That's right. So let me get you a fresh box. Whew. Yeah, that is another trick I've learned. If you want to stay poor, invest your money in the stock market at a young age, and you'll discover the stock market's a very slow way to become wealthy. If you want to become wealthy quick, there's one path. It's called entrepreneurship. And after you become wealthy, then you can park all your money in stocks, in my opinion. My boss owns a medical facility, and he makes stacks. Yes, I believe you. Probably a lot of opportunity in medicine. My dad taught me back when I was a kid to always make more than my age an hour. You can make a lot of money by selling your body with the trade. That's right. OnlyFans, for example. I'm just kidding. I'm going to sell pictures of Jinx. Number one way to become wealthy: don't buy pokies. Mister, I got wealthy on pokies. You've seen my lake house, right? That was not bought on my wife's salary. That was bought with Pokemon cards. Wait, are there 36 packs? There are 10 packs. I can get you 36. Would you like 36? Yes, there are 10 packs here, but I can get you 36. Would you like 36? I suppose it gives you a better chance at the Charizard. He says, I bought 36. Let's go get 36 shiny face. All right. This is going to be exciting. We usually don't get to see 36 at a time. All right, Tyler, the best pull in here is Charizard VMAX, followed by Suicune and Skyla. It'll just take a minute to get them all out. I could care less about being rich, gonna die and can't spend it. Yeah, I totally get that. I had a friend who, he spoke exactly the same way to me when he and I were like 18 years old. He says, look, I don't plan ahead for the future. We're all going to die. I could die tomorrow. That's what he would say, actually. He'd say, I could die tomorrow. And I'd be like, I don't care. I'm planning. And I know where he's at life and where I'm at life. I surpassed him like 10 times over. He is struggling. He lives in a tiny home and he's struggling terribly. He does not have a good job. It was the wrong mindset, in my opinion. I told him that when we were younger. He just didn't care. I was like, you got to plan, even if you die tomorrow. I'd rather die with the plan than die, you know, die or just go through life with no plan at all. He says, Law, I would say you oversimplify it. He said, what? You started a business and community and then speculated on Pokemon. I would say you oversimplify it. So that's what I did. I started the TheCardconomist YouTube channel, grew that into 130,000 subscribers, and actually a very, very good income, I'd say. Similar to a software engineer, in fact. Just making about as much as my wife. And with a lot of opportunity to grow, I wasn't even selling merchandise on that channel yet. I was selling 0 merchandise. And I was being offered like $3,000 to $4,000 by some companies to advertise video games for them. But I never did that. I turned it all down. So I had a very clear career path with the TheCardconomist. Now I've got almost 30,000 subscribers over here on the TheCardconomist. And yes, I do get opportunities to advertise over here as well. I've already turned it down because I just don't like to do it. And I'm starting up a card grading company. So, I don't think it would have mattered what I got into. Because of that knowledge I gained from reading, my path would have been the same no matter what I got into in life. Become an executive or start a business. There's no other way to become wealthy. So it doesn't matter what I would have done in life. That would have been my target, my goal. It just so happened to land on Pokemon, and I'm pretty pleased with that. I'm pretty happy. Because this is the craziest job ever. But yeah, if I had gotten into software engineer, it would have been exactly the same. I would have pretty ferociously forced myself to try to start any kind of business or side hustle I could. All right. Do you like any crypto? I'm the opposite. I kind of hate crypto. I think crypto was sold on a lie. It doesn't actually fulfill any of the things it claims it's going to fulfill. I think you can make money in crypto. I'm not going to waste my time on crypto. I don't like it at all. I'm not a huge fan of gold either. Maybe other commodities, though. Maybe other commodities. I've thought about it. All right, here we go. 36 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Taxes for small businesses are crazy. It's true. It's true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Small businesses, first they get taxed on their sales. Then when you pay yourself the profit, you get taxed for your income from that profit. You effectively get taxed twice by the government. And so you don't make as much money as you think you're going to make. By the time the taxes roll around, it is not as much money as you think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, now we need 6 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all here. I'm Hyper's one whole booster box of Shiny Fates for Mr. Tyler Matson, the PogChamp. Damn, can't wait. Does he still want Mr. to save some of the packs? Mr. Tyler, are we saving some of the packs? Hey, Mr., I watched your very first Pokemon video today, and you have definitely come a long way. Very cool to see you in the beginning. Also kind of cringe, but all love. Oh, yeah, I had no idea what I was doing when I started. It was all experiment. But that's how all things in life are, guys, and you can't be afraid. You cannot be afraid of what other people will think of you. I can almost guarantee you people will make fun of you, and they will even just tell you, like, you suck, you're stupid, you'll never make it, and you have to completely ignore that stuff and focus on your targets and your goals. Because if you start succeeding at anything, I promise, angry people who don't like you will come out of the woods and tell you how much you suck. I mean, just think about any major corporation. Virtually everyone's a critic of them. People hate Apple. Apple's hugely successful. But there's like an army of people who hate Apple. People hate Walmart. Walmart's hugely successful. People hate Amazon, and then they turn around and they order stuff on Amazon. So if you start succeeding in life, you will get an army that hates you that comes out of the woods. It's just human nature, I think. All right, here we are. Yeah, some of the most hated companies are the largest companies. So they're doing something that makes them successful, and nobody likes them for it. All right, Tyler Matson, are you ready? Time to get a Charizard. We got Coughing Decidueye. So Shining Fates gives you a shot at that Shining Charizard, and is such a good card. Dracovish. You suck, you stink. This is stream lag for anyone else. Hopefully no lag. We've got Appleton. He's like a pie. Oops. Sorry. I actually took a caffeine pill before we started, and I can feel it is definitely kicked in. That the coffee pill is here. Yveltal. If I hate myself, does that mean I'm successful? Successful at hating yourself, perhaps. All right. All right. Here's Galarian Wheezing. Here's Clobbopus. I'm about to Clobbopus after this stream. Wait, I can't say that. This is going to end up in a recording. What am I doing, man? Here's Luxio Ditto. Caffeine pills or pre-workout gives me the itch. Hoping for the the itch, huh? You know, normally what I do is I take half a pill. However, last night I got about 4 hours of sleep. And then the day before that, I didn't sleep. So I was a little cranky in that stream. I don't know if you could tell. But I didn't get any sleep a day ago. And then I got about 4 hours last night. So I said, you know what? I'm going to take a whole caffeine pill tonight. And I'm over here like sweating because my heart's racing. You know how it is. Sit in a chair for 5 hours, take a bunch of caffeine pills, doing what's best for my heart. Those pills are strong, man. They're not like an energy drink. They just go straight at it. They're like, all right, you're caffeinated. Rowlet. You should take 1 day off a week, mister. I could do that. That is true. You know what? I had this pretty tough childhood, and in order to reach this point in life, I had to work like a mofo. I had to work so much, and working's really kind of a painful thing. That's the whole concept of work. That's the whole concept of work. The reason you get paid to work is because you're doing something that somebody else would not do. Right? So like perhaps streaming all 7 days of the week. Somebody else would get tired from doing that. And so that's what you get paid for. When you go to work and you serve somebody a taco at Taco Bell, you're doing work that they don't want to make tacos that night. They want you to make it. So that's where the profit comes from. That's what work is. And when I was younger, because of all of the hardships I went through in life, I worked a lot because I had to. And now I'm an adult, and I suspect that working many hours just doesn't wear me out like you might expect it would, because I'm so used to it. Santa Scorch, except now my job's also pretty cool, so that's the fun part, and I'm working on my own thing. So that helps as well, but when I was young working for Coca-Cola, it was 12 to 16-hour days. I had one 18-hour day on a July 4th. It was a holiday. People were around having fun, and I was working for 18 hours that day. I never forgot. It was like a dramatic memory because it was so painful to do that. I had friends who were hanging out, and they were like, why don't you come over and hang out? I was like, I can't. My bosses say no. The government outs kids to school 5 days a week to get you on the schedule working as an adult. They control us without people knowing. Well, you know, if I have a kid, I'll probably do the same thing, though. I want my kid to experience what it's like to work for 12 hours a day for a long time. You know, one of the things I don't agree with is our child labor laws. I think children should be able to get a legitimate job paying cash, paying real money. And instead of working on your homework, you should work a job for real money and take that money and buy something that you love because it encourages you to develop a good working spirit. My dad did that with me, and it helped me. It didn't make life worse. It made life better. All right, here we go. Tyler Matson. What did I miss by not going to public school? I guess I missed all the heartbreaks. I guess I missed being on a football team or something like that. I could have seen myself getting into sports. I would have liked that probably, but we had a homeschooler sports, so I did that anyway, to be honest. So I got to do sports, and we had a lot of sports out on my street. There were a lot of kids on my street, tons of them actually. We played sports all the time on the street. And so I got to play sports growing up, and I didn't learn a lot about physics. I didn't learn a lot about biology. I didn't take any business classes, but I worked for my dad's business. So the funny thing is, what do you think teaches you better? Reading about business in a book or running a business? It turns out helping your dad run a business teaches you a lot more about business than reading some stupid book full of abstract ideas. Not that I have anything against abstract ideas. They're valuable. But I'm saying that you just can't replace real experience with a book. It doesn't work. Same with anyone who's learning how to code. You'll learn some really important ideas like data structures. You'll learn, the syntax for certain languages. You'll learn like coding environments. That's all great. But when you actually get into the world and start coding for a company, that's when you actually learn. That's when the learning starts. So school kind of teaches you to learn, but the real learning starts when you pick up a job. So that's why I'm saying, like, when I have a kid, I want to make sure that they work jobs when they're kids. All right, let's see what we got. We got Eldegoss. I'd rather have my kids working at a young age than, and I don't know if it's true for girls, but especially if I have sons, I'd rather see my sons working jobs than going to school, because I think that's where the learning is. Cinderace. We have Ditto. I think that school is a little more like a babysitting center. You don't get really smart at school. Ditto. He says, you're not successful until you know what the dog do. Do you mean you're not successful until you know what you want to do? Is that what you meant to say? Do you plan on having kids? And if so, when do you see yourself having them? Maybe in the next year or so. You never know. We've never had kids. I don't even know if we can. Isn't that funny? Like, you actually have to try to have kids. So, but all my siblings have kids, so I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. But yeah, so we'll probably try in a year or two, probably, very likely. But right now, we're on full steam for trying to develop a company. Why are you signing up? Here's Berserker. Geez, mate, of course they need to go to school. Don't discourage that. Don't discourage that. This is the correct thing to do because you didn't invest in it, says Caleb. Caleb, I was homeschooled. My homeschooling was essentially my mom tossed me a book and said, read this. Of course, I didn't read it. I worked for my dad. I found myself graduating college with the computer science degree in science, Bachelor of Science. I essentially didn't need high school at all to graduate with that degree. So if you've been convinced that you must go to high school in order to go to college, I would tell you my experience, my actual experiences in life tells me that that's not true. You don't actually need high school to get your college degree. My education was a joke. Homeschooling was a joke. My parents didn't teach me anything other than how to read. They kind of started to teach me math, and then they said, well, you'll teach yourself algebra. And I didn't. I didn't learn any algebra for myself. Because kids don't learn that. Still graduated with the Bachelor of Science. It didn't matter. So when I got to college, they're like, here's the book, here's the math, go do it. And so I just read the book and I did it, and that was it. So you're capable of doing that as an adult. And I'm not telling you guys to drop out of school today, but I will say this, a lot of the wealthiest guys in the world, like Bill Gates, they didn't need to graduate from Harvard. What they needed was to start their business. Far more important. Trap Inch, oh my Lord. The end goal of being so educated is to be able to innovate. The end goal of being so innovative is to create your company. The end goal of being so educated is to become extremely productive. And the idea that you must do that behind the walls of your school is simply not true. And it's very hard to have the confidence to say that, but I experienced it, so it's very easy for me to say it. Bill Gates is the exception, not the rule. Are you so sure? How many other guys have a similar story to Bill Gates, but just aren't as prolific? He's saying become a sound. That's right. All you got to do is drop out of school and try to do your shitty rap music. Hey, some guys do that, though, but I don't recommend, when it comes to art, art's a little trickier. There's a lot of people who want to be artists, and very few succeed. So be careful when it comes to music. Here's Thwacky. Yeah, art's trickier, I would say. When it comes to art, you really got to be, you got to have some sort of inkling inside of your mind that, yeah, my music that I produce is actually pretty fantastic. I don't know how I would measure that in a person. It's tricky to measure art, isn't it? Dragapult, nice. But I'm telling you my experiences now. I'm telling you, my homeschooling didn't teach me anything about math and science. And here I am, graduated with my degree. And I look back on that and I think, wow, I could have spent my whole high school learning about math and science and then learning it again in college. It seems redundant. And actually, I was very lucky to get to work for my dad because what I really learned was how to run a business for my dad. That's what I learned. And they didn't teach you that in college. Dreadnought. Coughing. Ooh. Here's Rillaboom. I mean, I took business classes in college. I took them in the community college. And they're like, oh, they were teaching these subjects that actually weren't that. You could look these subjects up in like 2 minutes on the internet. You could look them up in like 2. Well, I would know because I've had to do it before. All right, here we are. What did you do in your dad's business? My dad had a really interesting business. Let's go over Mr. Tyler Matson's beautiful pulls. All right, no Charizard, unfortunately. Dang it. But let's see what you do have. You've got Dreadnought Shiny, Toxel Shiny, Dragapult Shiny, Snom with the little butt face. You pulled Wooloo, Berserker, Cursola. You've got Clobbopus. Holy. Appleton, the Apple Dragon, and Dracovish. He's got really peculiar looking chin. For your full arts, you get Centiskorch, Toxtricity, Ditto V, Centiskorch again. You also have this amazing rare Yveltal. So I would say the Ditto V is probably the nicest full art shiny. I think this guy's been pretty popular. The other ones are just okay. I don't think Centiskorch has really caught on as much. I thought that Centiskorch was a really well-designed Pokemon for this generation, Gen 8. So Ditto V, Yveltal, the problem with the Yveltal, he's a little common in this set. You pull him pretty fast. Here's Cramorant, Cinderace V is pretty decent. Here's Ditto V and Indeedee, Talk to the Hand. No Charizard though, huh? All right. Also, you know, I think you did pretty good here. What I noticed in your shinies, no Chinchino, no Lopunny. Those cards like Ducklet, they show up way too often. And actually, the Dragapult's a pretty decent pull. I like your Dreadnought as well. Clobbopus, Appleton's pretty neat as well. So you pull a nice variety of the shiny holos, and that's good because there's some shiny holos that appear to show up too often, and you didn't pull those. No Skyla equals cold box. Yeah, so the box did not have Skyla, Suicune, or Charizard VMAX in it. Sorry, Tyler. They're pretty hard to pull. You've seen it right here. That was 3.5 boxes. So it's not like they show up every single box, that's for sure. Mister, we still got no Suicune Amazing Rare. I wish we could get one. Here you go, Mr. Tyler. Tyler, you're the best, man. We've seen so many cool openings because of Tyler, because of Mr. Matson. I'll place this in your box. And for everyone who's been waiting their turn, thank you for your patience. We are ready to move on to the next order. Mister remembered when we pulled Skyla. Oh, I remember. Derek, do you get babies if you touch hands? Something like that, Mary. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, but you know, I've thought a lot about the concept of education, the concept of learning, and to teach somebody like the most valuable skills and traits. I just don't think that you get it from a book in a school. The most valuable traits in the world, concepts like problem solving for a product that people actually desire. That's really kind of a maybe there's entrepreneurship classes you can take at college, but they'll throw on all the other garbage that they'll make you take as well, like art history, which you don't need that in life. You could take art history when you're older and you're already wealthy from the business you started. You could take that later in life, but these colleges, they make you take all this other trash. You just don't need it. You just need to know how to produce a product that people really desire, something new, something innovative, and take a risk on it. Next up, we got Anthony Shime, Dark Slowking PSA 9. Now, did that already sell? I think that already sold, mister. I went to Mr. Jason. I'm sorry, Anthony. Live ship, please. Total $76. So, Mr. Anthony, I'm going to go ahead and refund it because it's already sold. Okay, Anthony? And you know, becoming wealthy isn't even a zero-sum game. Some people think of it as, I can only become wealthy by making other people poor or enslaving other people in my company. I don't see it that way because there's so many things left that humans desire in life. There's so many products that are yet to be designed, and they get designed all the time. You didn't realize that you wanted DoorDash until after COVID started, you know? So there's always some problem to solve in life, and you got to be the problem solver. After Anthony Shime, we have Tyler Matson. He says, let's finish off that slab I have on Slab Away since I lost out on an eBay bidding war. Ah, man. What's the next nicest slab you have? Oh, that's a good question, Tyler. I don't actually know. But here, let's go ahead and update your slab away. Damn, Tyler. Tyler Matson, you finished 2 in the slabaways. Tammy Lowe, Donald Story, Rand M. Jonas. So the way I see it, the more businesses we can make, the more problems we can solve, the better life really becomes for everyone. Life is full of products and services that make you happy, and places you can work because more products and services have been made. It's really what makes the world wealthy and happy. You know what I mean? Like people, sometimes they say happiness will be not working. I see it as a little bit different from that. I think that happiness comes from, my television. I own a television. Somebody made that. Somebody designed a television and sold it to me for cheap because they found ways to make it cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. I own an Xbox. Xbox makes me so happy. I love playing Xbox. And, so much other things like all the innovations in healthcare. So there's so many problems left to solve in the world. And the more that we can solve, the better. And that means tons of opportunity for young entrepreneurs or old entrepreneurs. Who cares what your age is? So much opportunity left out there. All right, Tyler. Ooh, damn, dude. Call of Legends, Dialga. Yeah, that's a pretty penny for that one. So you're wanting to know what other expensive slabs I have. We can go through the slabs on the table real fast. Expensive ones, huh? So here's a $380 Snorlax 5 from Legendary Collection. Here's a Shadowless 9 Poliwrath. Let's see what else. PSA 9 Charizard. An 8.5 Lugia. Some Shining Ho-Ohs for 70 bucks. We're here on the internet having fun with each other. Somebody made that for us. It's really hard to understand how little you appreciate in life until you take a look into other countries and realize they just don't have this shit. So we are lucky to have it. And somebody made it, and you can go out and make stuff too. You can go out and build stuff and become wealthy building it too. You make people happy and you get wealthy. What's better than that? The Dene, Volcarona, Malamar, and that's really the power of capitalism. Magnemite. All right. Let's see. Here's Rowlet, Dratini, Slowking, Pikachu, Rapidash, Pikachu again. Well, I might not have many expensive slabs on the table. I might have to find some. Ooh, that's a first edition Vulpix 9. That's kind of fancy. Here's that Rocket Scyther for $5.90. He might be the most expensive slab. I might be returning him to my Japanese box. Because I kind of like him myself. Cubone, oh, but you've got one of these. So you're set. You got one of those. 620 on that. Here's an Aerodactyl 500. It's a fancy Aerodactyl. That's pretty good too. Giovanni's Gyarados, 10, 414. I thought I sold this. Did I not sell this? 295 for the Neo Scissor. There you go. All right, back to the line. Let's keep the line moving. James Gower is up. He says, 1 evolving. I think he means evolving skies. Here you go, Mr. James Gower. 2 in the large. Oh my, 2 in the large. Yeah, how to get wealthy. I could talk about that for days, I feel like. It's a topic of great fascination for me because it's not about the wealth. It is literally about building and productivity and solving problems that humans struggle with even right now. Sometimes a problem can even just be being bored. Being bored, like, oh, I'm bored. Somebody needs to entertain you. Live shipping, I don't have any slabs, but if I do win the large, I will. Hopefully we do the large tonight, says James Gower. You got it, Mr. James? We're pretty close. The night's not over. We're only at 160 minutes. There was no new Mew in my Oreos. Was it resealed, mister? No, he got the resealed Oreos. Slack off the Zoroark. How much is the Entei in What's the Grade, mister? So the Entei is $60, PSA 8. He is a reverse holo Neo Entei. Pretty neat, huh? PSA found a way to provide a service of card encapsulation, and they've become exceedingly wealthy from it and given us something to really busy ourselves with and have a good time with. So yeah, I really, really like capitalism. It makes me sad when I see young people, and well, I'm still young. I'm only 32. I'm not like super old. But it makes me sad when I see people from my generation or Generation Z, and they're all like, I hate capitalism. I hate it. It's caused all the problems. And then, they go home, they sit down on a comfortable couch in their manufactured home with their manufactured TV, with the manufactured phone. Their clothing was manufactured. Their food was manufactured on a massive corporate farm, right? So literally their entire lives are from capitalism. And they're like, I hate it. Let's get rid of it. It's causing all the problems. It is causing pollution, though, but we can find solutions for pollution if we work hard on it. Hey, mister, it's the Dutch. He says, it's the Dutchy 2 packs of battle styles. Let me snipe with 1 live customs. You got it, Mr. Mitchell. He says, Mister, so I did order live shipping. Ship after the large is done in case I win. Sounds good, Mr. James. Boop. Oh, Mr. Mitchell, you are going to snipe. Let's see what we got. You are going to snipe 2 packs of battle styles. All right. Yeah, what I like most about capitalism is that it encourages us to compete and to try our best. Whereas concepts like equity says, oh, you exist, here's a bunch of stuff for free that we took from somebody else. And this discourages the other people from working as hard. Kind of punishes them. Here's Tapu Koko VMAX. Ooh. And Luxray. But you've got like the super wealthy, the hyper wealthy, the 1% of the 1% of the 1%, right? Like Jeff Bezos. And everyone's like, I hate how much money he has. We need to take it away. Maybe. Mr. Mitchell. Pulling PSA 6 number 23. And that's this beautiful Arcanine. Sweet. Oops. Aren't all homes in the USA manufactured by African Americans, says Bull City. What? What are you talking about, Bull City? He says, just kidding. Oh, no, that's somebody else saying just kidding. Bezos is the richest guy that we know of. Way bigger doge out there. Well, I find it interesting because people, they really can't wrap their minds around how somebody can be allowed to have so much money. But I find it interesting because I think one day we'll have trillionaires. I think we're only seeing a drop in the bucket of the wealth, of the future wealthy. You know what I mean? But something I do agree with. I'd like to see wealth get out of politics. I don't want to see politicians paid to represent the ideas of the wealthy. So if we could just do that, I think I would feel a little less uncomfortable with how wealthy some people are. You know what I mean? So like your country should work very hard to protect its people and its values. And that's not going to happen when you have really, really, really wealthy globalists saying, hey, I'm not loyal to any particular country. I'm just here to make money off of everyone. And then they're going to feed your politicians a lot of money and say, you know what, give me extremely cheap labor. Give me, you know what I mean? So they don't care about your lives or the concept of a country or a nation. They don't care about any of that stuff. They care about their big corporate machine that they've created that is as wealthy as a country itself. There you go. He says, 1 live custom. We got the beautiful Arcanine. Next up is Joseph Dolezal. Can I get 2 poker cards? You got it. Oh, man, that lightning was really bright. All right, number 1 and number 2. Boop. Let's see what you pull. Mr. Joseph. Oh, very nice. Arbok and Nidorina. That's for Joseph Dolezal. And he's right here. Wait. Politicians can have conflicts of interest and make actual laws to serve them. The common man can't exercise conflict of interest when running a small business. Yeah, and that's right. And the people are supposed to hold these politicians responsible. But it's hard to do that, I think. He would also like 5 of the Japanese common and commons and 2 darkness. My girlfriend Wednesday is a new watcher, so pull something good. No watcher! All right, I'm going to pull you the Charizard right here, right now. Easy Charizards for days. What grade is your PSA Rowlet? This one? That's a 10. PSA 10 Rowlet for 115. Mary's like, sold. All right. And we'll toss this over here. 5 Japanese common uncommons. You've got it. All right. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think Mary's a dud. What? A dud? Here's Energy Retrieval? I don't remember the name of this trainer. Psychic Energy. Rattata from the base set. Thadia says, I used to live in Mississippi for a few years. My country, it was illegal to buy cold beers. The politician who made that law also owned all the ice vending stations. Oh, my lord. Voltorb from Rocket. Nice. And another Voltorb from base set. Wow. The box really said, give this man 2 Voltorbs. Isn't it crazy how when we die, we either leave an inheritance or debt behind? The vast majority of parents leave nothing behind to their children, nothing of great value. And you can change that for your children. You got to make a choice to consume less than you earn. And it's very hard to do that. It takes a lot of discipline. And you really got to be very conscious and aware of it to make those choices. Very hard to do. And good luck, everyone. You should do it, though. Make your children's lives better. Make a family trust. And create rules for the trust that teach your children how to use money properly. Money's just a tool for happiness, but it's a very important tool. All right, Joseph. There you go. Actually, what I mean to say is spend all of your money on Pokemon cards. Next up, we got Jacob Kai. Mister, I'd like 4 NBA Panini Select. You got it. All right. Next, they're going to ask if this is what? Whew. Are you an only child? I came from a family of 11 children with the same parents, same 2 parents. So mom pushed 11 of us out. Maybe that's why she was so crazy. I don't know. Too many babies. 1 XY Evos. Boop. $49 toward my Kahili in Slabaway. You got it, Jacob. Here it is. And you want to put $49 against that. So give me a second. I use my calculator. 425 minus 49 is 376. All right. Very good. And you say your bag is in the overflow. You ready? Here goes. Dang, 11, your parents were rabbits. They were Catholic, and the Catholics, I think Catholic Church was a little more conservative back then, but my parents were pretty conservative. They're like, we can't use the contraceptives because Jesus says no. And, you know, I think a lot of Catholic parents didn't have 11 children. So I think a part of it was also they just decided that's who they were, you know, like that was what they did. They had a lot of kids. Ninetales. And there were a lot of large families. There were lots of large families, but I don't think my mom handled it very well. I think maybe it was too much for her. one of those things I think about. All right, Mr. Jacob, let's take a look at your basketball cards. She spent most of her young life pregnant, if you think about it. 11 kids. I mean, that's like, it was like 24 years of being pregnant, because she would have a year pregnant and a year not pregnant. Something like 22 years of pregnancy. Pretty crazy, right? Because the year that you weren't pregnant, you had an infant, you had a newborn baby. All right, let's see what we got. It's a lot. It's difficult, I suppose. Really probably runs a number on your body. Joe Moore. And here, my wife, she's scared to have one kid. She's like, no, I'll lose my shape. R.J. Hampton. R.J. Hampton. Here's Russell Westbrook. Wow. Here's Nikola Jokic. Are these football cards? They're actually soccer cards. Oops, I didn't trim all these. I thought I trimmed all of them. Mister, any news about the dogs? You know, they've stayed off of our property. I think that, you know, I'd left a note saying, you know, your dog peed on my stuff. Don't let them do that. And I think they took it to heart, and the dogs have not given me any more trouble so far. The world needs more babies. Yeah, isn't that an interesting thing? Everyone was talking about overpopulation. And in virtually all first world countries, we're having significant population decline. Nobody's having babies at all. It's actually a really significant problem, because what that's going to cause is going to cause your economy to shrink, actually. And so one of the things all these governments did was they propped up welfare programs where your kids would pay for you through taxes. But as the population shrinks and there's no children, where are they going to get the taxes to pay for the elderly? So those programs are going to collapse, or your government's going to go into insane debt, selling off the assets in your country to foreign adversaries in order to pay for your grandma and your grandpa to have whatever it is they're going to spend money on, you know, like healthcare and stuff like that. So they're completely failed programs. Just like most socialist programs, they don't really develop wealth. It's a redistribution of wealth. And in the long run, the thing that really works is when people are frugal with their money, work really hard, save up properly so that they know they have enough for retirement, and you live within your means, and then you take care of yourself and your loved ones in your old age. When your government does it, your government's always immediately less efficient with the money, because it's very easy to spend other people's money inefficiently because you didn't earn it. Some of that money has to go to the person who's handling it, because they got to have a paycheck, right? So you're paying somebody to handle your money for you. So now they're getting paid, and probably paid too much. And they waste the money on things they shouldn't be buying in the first place, too. Like they'll actually just take the money out and do some sort of pet project or special interest project. So welfare programs in America and in other countries, I think, have shown that they cause stagnation in your economy. They don't grow the economy. They just have a very heavy cost. People don't always see that cost, but you're really seeing it in the cost of housing, right? So people don't feel like they're being taxed when the government has no more money left. You are being taxed. The price of goods goes up faster than your wages, and then you don't understand why you can't afford anything in life, and you feel poor. You seem to understand that you feel poor, but you can't really understand why. It's because you are more poor than your parents were, your grandparents were. Giannis, you got a Giannis, Mr. A special. Holo Giannis. Ooh. And R.J. Hampton, a rookie. See what happens when I take caffeine, guys? I go blah, 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 blah. I really am a talker. I like to talk a lot. All right. Too much caffeine. Let me go ahead and unpause the music. Guess you could say my job is to talk a lot. I don't know. What's up, Johnny? How's it going, man? It's Mr. Big T Exotics. Oh my God, this music's insane. This is more of that clown music. I meet people that save every receipt to get cash back on taxes. How long can you talk about the concept of talking? For a very long time. Hope you're having a fabulous night. Mister, are you a what? I talk a lot too. I hate when you realize it after going on a whole tangent about something. Right, you know what I mean? Like, I thought he skips this music. This time I'll make you suffer through the Temtem song. What do we got? All right, so no numbers on those. Somebody told me again there's no numbers on Panini cards, so maybe that's just how it is, but I wasn't sure whether to believe them. Casey Winston. It's nice to support this channel. 6 months flew by. Wow. I'm glad to hear that, man. Yeah, and it's surprising how fast time moves, really. In Mexico, tax is non-existent. Be right back. Moving to Mexico. Mister is more important to you than I know. Giannis is a hit. Nice. All right. And that was for, once again, Jacob Kai. Mr. Jacob, let me grab your bag. All right, Jacob. So now you have cards with pointy corners. Oh, Jacob. Cards with pointy corners. I thought I warned you, Jacob. Now, they are penny sleeved, and the penny sleeve does offer protection on those corners. But to help you out, when it comes to those pointy cornered cards, I like to move them to their own box where they're not really moved that often. So you're going over here, and you're with Mr. Joseph Haney, Ryan Fjelsted, and now you. Okay. That is a third sport box is what that is. And now we continue. Mr. Anthony Shime says, Talonflame PSA 10. What a nice card. Here it is. Live ship if you want to combine with my other live ship or not is fine. Impulse buy. All right. So you said you had live shipping. Is that what you said? Yeah, we can do that. Give me a second. You said live ship if you want to combine with my other live ship. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to stand up and see if I can find out what he's talking about. Your other live ship. Did you order live shipping earlier and I didn't see it? I did not see any live shipping. Live ship if you want to combine with my other live ship. Okay. Here's your bag, and here's your slab, and I'll go ahead and create a label for you. Upper Deck NHL cards, Mr. Any demand or plan for them? I tend to respond to what people are demanding, so if there was a lot of people asking for certain cards, I would go obtain those cards for you. All right. That's an awesome slab. 65. What a bargain. It's a pretty cool looking slab, isn't it? Okay, after Anthony, we have Thad's Music Emporium 4 Battle Styles. Mr. Thad, it's your turn. Learning French on a plane ride does not make you an expert. Bonjour. The French! How are the French doing? I heard they were pretty upset about that submarine deal between Australia and America. Is it the case that the French were going to make submarines for America, or was it more like... Is it more like the French were going to buy submarines from Australia? I don't understand what they missed out on. Hone Edge. Mimikyu. You got Mr. Macron. His name. Oui, oui. Hey, mister, does international shipping come with tracking? Yes. Yes, of course. China was pretty mad, too. Hey, you're going to cause an arms race. Firo. Bought from France, but France effed around us with delays. Oh, Australia bought from France, but France had delays and too expensive. Okay, so if I understand then, what's going on is France was gonna sell submarines to Australia, but now America kind of stepped in and said, I'll sell you submarines. Is that right? That's kind of a big deal because what that means is the French just lost a bunch of jobs. That was like their income. I figured it must have been something like that or else they wouldn't care so much. Okay, Mr. Thad. I mean, that's kind of a big deal for your economy because those military weapons are so expensive. French submarines. Oui, oui. Yeah, that's right, but we were supposed to get these years ago, says Daniel. Really? And then the U.S. said, we'll make them. Next up, we got Jared Sentovic. Hey, mister, can I get 5 Shiny Fates and 5 Star Wars Galaxy 3? I should already have a bag, but but I think you gave me a new one earlier. That's right, Jared. And then I combined them because I remember that you already had a bag. Here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We all live in a yellow submarine. Nuclear submarine. Is that like a new submarine at Subway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So we got Star Wars Galaxy 3 and Shiny Fates. How's it going, Grand Ball? What's up, man? Let's see what we got. Sleep. I think we gained the UK folk viewer. How many of you guys are from the UK? Oi! It's Tuesday, isn't it? Here's Cinderace. Ooh. France recalled their ambassadors. Wow. That's too bad. Hiker Theo, he says, Hola. Isn't it, bro? Silverado. Coughing and luxury. What's your favorite thing about living in the UK, guys? And what do you hate the most about it as well? What would you like to change about the UK, and what do you like about it the most? Here's Surfetched and Cramorant. All right, Cramorant. Here's Cramorant. The weather. I hear that a lot. Yeah, I hear it's pretty chilly and wet in the UK, right? Gun laws. I hear that the weather there is kind of mid. Did you see that ludicrous display last night? I'm in Cancun, but awaiting permission to travel there. Fashion. Hey, mister, what would you say is your favorite card of all time? This one. Wow, I really like this card. All right, so nothing too crazy out of the Shiny Fates. You did pull a beautiful Galarian Surfetched. Apart from the weather, it's really nice in the UK. Boy. All right, let's see what we got. If you want a tan, don't come here. Yeah, you could tan out here in Lake of the Ozarks in one day. It was like 90 degrees just the other day, and it's September. I heard that up in like Wyoming or Montana or something, they're already getting snow. I'm like, snow? It's only September. So we got a real hot season here in Missouri. UK is grim, overpriced, taxes on everything, including fresh air. Ooh, yeah, taxes is a big one for me. You know, my wife and I, when we were still living in our apartment, we were house shopping, and we really, really thought about moving to Europe because we really like Europe. We like your ancient history. We like your classical buildings and your appreciation for art and culture. So we like all that. We also like your accents. Doesn't matter which country you're talking about even. Like, it's just fun. Also just the idea of exploring, going to new places. Walkable cities, maybe. That's another one I'd say. Walkable cities. In America, our cities are, first of all, I lived in St. Louis City, like the most dangerous city in America. You got Chicago, East Side St. Louis, Detroit. I'm trying to remember them all. There's a few others. They're real dangerous places to be hanging out at. Real, sometimes dirty. Sometimes a lot of homelessness, poop on the sidewalks. You got needles on the sidewalk. But the idea of a quaint European city where you could walk alone at night sounds amazing. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. What is this? I've never seen this one. Enlist, excitement, adventure, glory, propaganda poster. LucasArts. So we thought about it. You know what stopped us, though? And it stopped us in our tracks. The taxes. You guys just pay so much taxes. It's so much. And I know you guys get the healthcare, right? You got socialized healthcare. But really, you just pay so much of your income for that. Oh, and socialized education as well. You pay so much of your income for that. I don't think it balances out, to tell you the truth. I think in your minds you think it balances out, but I don't think it does. So your taxes are higher than you realize. And then you say, well, we get all this free stuff for it. Well, first of all, it's not free. You paid for it. You paid taxes for it. And the amount of your paycheck that they take in order to pay for those things is so high. Really, it's a nice thing if you're quite poor and you're very unhealthy for some reason. And some people are unhealthy for unfortunate reasons. But then other people, they just kind of choose to be unhealthy, right? Like they just don't eat very well and they smoke and they drink. They don't go out. So you're paying for all of them as well. But then you don't realize here in America, we actually do have ways to help people pay for healthcare. The government has, uh, uh, what is it called? It's called Medicaid, Medicare. And that's for people who are poor, right? It's for the elderly and the poor, Medicaid, Medicare, to help pay for their hospital visits, right? It's slug my balls. But the taxes over here are quite low. And I think another part of the reason for that is because we don't pay for everyone's education. Students are expected to pay their own education, though very soon we'll probably change that. I missed the box break. I'm missing all the excitement these days. No, shiny sand slash. So anyways, we saw the taxes in Europe and we're like, we just can't move there. We can't move there. The price of moving to Europe is so high, we can't justify it. And that's still kind of how we feel. Oh, what'd you get? Nice. You got another etched card, and it is the sand, what are they called? They're called, not the Jawas. What are these? These guys aren't called the sand people, are they? Why does that sound like a slur? Oh, no. Damn, he gonna take you down and destroy your hover machine. Sand people, that is the term. Oh, man. Feels like I can't say that. Feels like it's going to be used as a slur. Tuscan Raiders. Let's go with that. Tuscan Raiders. All right, here we are. Macron Merkel gang. Are there any Germans in here? How do you guys feel about Merkel? Is Merkel still... When does she leave office? She's been in power for so long. Ooh, Boba Fett. Trying to stay out of the sand pit. We pay taxes on our wages. We then separately pay council tax, 20% VAT on everything you buy, from fuel to food to game to clothing. Woo! Man, that's high. That's a lot. 20%? I think I pay 7% out here in Lake of the Ozarks. So if I buy food, there's like a 7% sales tax. Holy moly, 20%? Like 1/5 for all goods? Jesus. Look at that. Very nice, man. All right, and that was for Jared Sentovic, pulling an edge card from the Star Wars Galaxy set. There's a country between those two as well. Yeah, so the price of living there scares me. I guess if I was already really, really wealthy, I'd consider it more. In my country, we pay 10% sales tax on everything. Okay, well, that's not as crazy. That's not as crazy at all. 10%. That's not including national insurance, which has gone up. Wait, you pay national insurance. What's that? Is that for like healthcare? I thought you guys already... Yeah, I don't know. In my country, we get stimmies. Stimmies! Now, you know, Jared, your bag is so large. I think what I'm going to do, Jared, I am going to actually just start you a second bag. If you want to make your bag smaller, you can donate your bulk hollows if you don't want them or care for them. I'm going to go ahead and place this in the second bag. All right. I really do struggle with that, the taxes, guys. That is a really hard part for me. I could move over to like Hawaii in America if I wanted to live in a fancy place with high taxes and a high cost of living. And it's beautiful in Hawaii. It's really beautiful. I wouldn't even have to leave the country. All right, here we are. Next up, we got Edgardo Luciano, Pikachu Slab, If Gone, 1 tag team, 1 live. The Pikachu Slab. Luxembourg is good for tax evasion. We got a place kind of like that. It's called Puerto Rico. You buy a house in Puerto Rico, live there, and pay like virtually no taxes. You pay this very, very small tax. And they do that to try and attract people to move there. And it tempts me all the time. I constantly think about it. Here we are, Pikachu. How's it going, Michelle? Same with Monaco tax evasion heaven. I want to go to heaven. I want to go to tax evasion heaven. Is it tax evasion or is it legal? Because if it's legal, that's not tax evasion. If it's illegal, then that would be tax evasion, right? All right, we've got our Jungle Pikachu right here for Mr. Edgardo. Tax evasion. There we go. Chris Kiavankot says, I'll take 6 of the random Japanese cards. Also for the next Weiss Schwartz, can you get Rent a Girlfriend and Hololive? Is it called Hololive or Hololive? They're coming out in the near future. Really? I'd buy a few boxes for sure if you did. Those autograph cards are a big chase. Oh, okay. Mr. Read Michelle's message. ETA Online. How's it going, Michelle? The wait time's always real long, okay? So, Mr. Chris, 6 random Japanese cards. Mister, we got 1. Oh, let's get it from the middle now. 2. 3. 4. 5. I just bought the Japanese Meganium in case anyone wanted it. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You didn't get his live booster. He doesn't get a live booster because the Pikachu was available. Also, you're not allowed to switch product to try and get a live booster, but he said he wanted the live booster if the Pikachu was sold out. But the Pikachu was not sold out. All right, so Mr. Chris, you pick up Polyswag, nice, Spearow, Oddish, Imposter Oak, Water Energy, and Rhyhorn. How nice. I like this Poliwag a lot. Look at the artwork for that. Damn, that's cute, man. What are my odds of a hot pull with Darkness Ablaze? Honestly, I feel Darkness Ablaze isn't that good of a set. So, Mr. Chris Kiavankot, I make it available just because it's a modern set, but, you know, I'm just not the biggest fan of it. Here we are, Mr. Chris. Not the biggest fan. My favorite sets right now, without a doubt, is Evolving Skies, hands down. And then after that, I'd probably say Chilling Rain after that. Okay, next up we got Luis Tavera. Hey, mister, that Silvally looks awesome, so I want to work towards it. The Cosmic Eclipse PSA 10-1, $25 for Slab Away, and 2 Evolving Skies. All right. Where did I put him, actually? So you said the Silvally? Get out of here. We got to fly. Whatever happened to that Custom Champions? I never actually ended up making that. What I ended up doing was I bought more Champions Path, and I made those available. The funny thing is, though, I did buy the Charizards to host a box like that. I suppose I still could if I wanted to. But it never got hosted, and now the Charizards just sit on the table over there. They probably fell in price from when I bought them, which is the dumb part. You know, because the price of those Charizards keep going down. If I had hosted the box, I'd probably be better off. Well, where did he go? Maybe he's in this last pile over here. Here he is. You know what? That Silvally does look great. Here he is. From Cosmic Eclipse, Silvally. I think it's cool because it's got the trainer in there, too. That's for Luis Tavera. $25 for Slab Away, putting 20, and 2 Evolving Skies. Don't get the Poke Oreos, too many cavities. There you go. Now, do I understand you're putting $20 toward it? Let me see. 20, 45. Give me a second. Let me do the math on your payment here. Give me a second. You sent 61, right? So 61 minus 25. You said 2 Evolving Skies, right? So that's minus 8 and then minus 8. Yes, okay. It all adds up. Thank you so much. And Lewis, do you need a news? Let's see. All right, Lewis, you're being added to the Slab Away list. Are you ready? JK. Here we go. We're going to put you right next to Marcel. Luis Tavera, Silvally. And you took $20 off. It means you got $110 remaining. There you go, Lewis. It's all yours. I'll go put it in the Slab Away box. And your 2 Evolving Skies. right next to Marcel. That's me. So you found my other bag? Did I? I think I did. I think I combined them. Marcel Torres. Ooh, picking up Flareon Full Art. Nice. So that is for our friend, Mr. Luis Tavera. Let's go find his bag. Luis, I think I know where your bag is. I think your bag's over here. Mr. Lewis. One lovely Flareon. You only open up 2 packs for that. That's not bad. Next up, we got Chris Kiovankat. I did my math wrong. This is for the Japanese common cards. Why, thank you, Mr. Chris. Now we have Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell says, hey, mister, give me some shiny ponies, please. You got it, Mitchell. Is it Mitchell or Michelle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First ever snipe for me. Nice, man. Pokey snipe. All right, Mr. Boakhurst. Lots of guns in the UK. Now, the UK, they have stricter gun rules, but you actually can own a gun. It's just stricter, right? Can I ask you guys why you like the My Little Pony cards? Here's, picking up Daisy, Mousy Mare. All right. So there we go. And Big Mac. Oh, here, let me save these rares for you. You like the rares? I don't know if you like the rares. And too much fun, huh? All right, so 5 packs, 1 holo. Looking for the other rares. So here's one. Here's one. That don't look right. All right. There you go. That don't look right. That does not look right. LMFAO, that's the chase. All right. For Mr. Mitchell, I got Glock on my lap. Damn, bro. This should just be the next photo for the next live stream. It should just be this. Woo! All right. When the apple cider hits right. Holy. I'm back from the school run. Nice. Got that good cider. Next up, we've got Nate Herzog, another 2 XY evolutions. You got it, Nate. Sneep. All right. Good luck to Nate. Oh. Vulpix. Hey, and Holo Gyarados. Nice. All right, the Vulpix looks really, really well centered. And the Gyarados, not as much. He's a little print line too, so he's a little rough. Pack number 2. Oh, there we go. Finally, dude. Lovely. Reverse Holo Charizard from XY Evolutions. Damn. I was just kind of opening the second one hastily. Nice pull, man. That's what everyone's chasing after. XY Evolutions, Reverse Holo Charizard. Dude, this is why people can't stop opening the set, because they're going for that card. All right. How nice. Congratulations to Nate Herzog on your Charizard pull. All right, we went ahead and clipped that as well, so you can have a clip of that. I think Mike will take a look into it. How cool. He says, thank you, sir. No, thank you guys for all your support and opening up the cards, and congratulations on your luck. Look at that. So that goes into Nate's bag. I think Nate's pretty new, actually. Look. That beginner's luck. All right. And hey, by the way, you guys are able to order card grading with me, TCC. I don't know if you're interested in that, Nate, but maybe you will be in the future. You can check the description for prices. Prices, $25 right now, but we're hoping to drop the price in the future. It's more like a pre-order. You get a special label. I might as well talk about that because I haven't talked about it in like 2 or 3 days. But yeah, so that's available. Of course, the other thing you can do is have me ship it home to you. You can send it to CGC. You can send it to PSA. The best value for grading right now is probably PSA, but the problem is PSA is too expensive, so you're waiting for PSA to open back up. And then you got another option, CGC, BGS. They're both pretty high value in my opinion too, but they're really tough graders. So it's you know, it's kind of like, it's hard to decide exactly what the best choice is. When you opening Poke Oreos? Oh, tomorrow, mister. Next up we got John Peril. 2 more King's Court. You got it, John. I saw the Vulpix, but the Charizard came out of nowhere. Yeah, I was opening the second pack, assuming there would be no chance of the Charizard. I was just like, there's probably no Charizard in here. And then voila, Charizard arrives. That's exactly how it goes. All right, here we go. We've got, oh, Joker's Knight. I like that. That looks cool, man. And Face Card Fusion. Well, I'm just going to pop this in with Joker's Knight. All right, but I think Joker's Knight is a nice little pull. You're going to be off for the night. Oh, have a nice night. Here we go, John Peril. So we're refreshing, and that means it's time to refresh the slabs. Here's a $50 Morpeko V10. Here's a $50 Professor's Research. Oh, Grandma. Show me them gummies, Grandma. We also have, why am I saying that, man? We also have a lovely Gardevoir V. Well, that's a little pricier than the Morpeko. Maybe it's because it's a little more desirable. Gosh, I don't know what to make for the next slab. Let's have this PSA 10 Raichu. All right. Some cheaper slabs this round. How are we feeling tonight, guys? We're at 200 minutes. So we're getting closer to the end of the stream. Got this light reflecting. I hate that. We only allowed to lay away 1 card at a time, right? Yes. I think that's the right way to do it. I could do 2 at a time. I feel like that's probably not such a great idea. You know, the slab away has been such a success that, you know, for helping people obtain the cards that they want, that I'm tempted to open it up where you can have 2 cards at a time. However, I don't want somebody to overburden themselves with it. That's why I kind of stick to stick to 1 at a time. I guess if you were somebody who had already paid off a card in the past, or maybe you paid off a few, maybe I'd be like, yeah, you can do 2 at a time or something like that. But that's more for me to think about in the future. All right, so we're still moving. Let's see what's next. Next up, we got Mark Assignation. 3 more Opus 1s. Holy moly, man. I'm about to be out of these. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Do a large for something non-pokey, just for the non-pokey people. You guys want a non-pokey large? Okay, but the problem is, there's a lot of other sets. How would I choose which one to do? Mister, my tummy hurts. What do I do? Your tummy hurts? Oh, no, mister. Kokobo. Here's Golem. Yuna, Yuffie, Laguna. Laguna's a legendary. A sports large, huh? Samurai Evoker. Vanilla. Is that her name? Vanilla? Damn. Hades, Lebrow. We can keep Lebrow. Sylph and Orlando. Okay. How about pack number 3? Can we get a legendary holo? That'd be nice. Did we already pull legendary out? I don't remember. See, I don't keep track of that. And Yuna hero rare. Here's Odin, Vaughn, and Alon. Yuna holo. Nice. It's actually 2 waifus, man. Pretty cool. That's Mark Assignation. So, Mr. Mark, let me grab your bag. Pokemon is like guaranteed to sell through, although honestly, it looks like Star Wars and Final Fantasy seem popular enough. Sure. Yeah, definitely. There we go. Caleb Carvo 1 XY Evos. Here you go, Mr. Caleb. 3 live boosters and a pre-order for my Ditto. Ooh, very interesting. All right, here goes. 3 lives. 1. Here's Gyarados. 2. That's Flaffy. And 3. Waifu is trending to the minority. What are you talking about? So you end up pulling a hit. Let's see what it is. PSA 8, number 121. Oh, that's a cool one. If I get to 100,000 subs, maybe I'll talk really seriously to my wife about the potential of her quitting her job and running a daytime stream. I almost feel like we could actually do that. We could potentially just run a daytime stream. There it is. Oh, reverse holo Meowth from Expedition. Damn, that's cool. God, that's so cool, man. Congratulations on that, Mr. Caleb. Now, how about your XY Evolutions pack? Ooh. Tifa Full Art Holo from Opus 1 Large. All right, we got Charmander, Diglett, Browsy, Caterpie, Doduo. Oh, I thought that was going to be a Charizard behind it. Nidorino Reverse Holo. Oh, and, you know, the Arcanine looks pretty nice. All right, that's for Mr. Caleb. Oh, my, Caleb. I like your Nidorino's horn. Luckily for you, though, you sniped that live custom booster box. 100,000 subscribers. When? The missus will be wanting the big bucks. If you employ her, mister, I do remember you saying she has a good job. Yeah, that's the problem. Hard to replace her job, really. All right, Caleb. Mr. Caleb. Caleb Carvo. Here we go. And he says your Ditto. Grade the Ditto. Let me see if I can find out what Ditto you're referring to. Oh, nice, man. Great looking card. I'm excited. I'm excited to get the card grading going. That is my singular focus, my biggest goal right now. And when it starts running, my next goal, very, very easily, could be to buy a second Sonic Welder and all the other equipment, just buy it all a second time. It'll be really expensive. And then once I've purchased it all together, buy a warehouse, buy an office, actually. We'd buy an office out here in Lake of the Ozarks and start hiring people to grade cards. So that would be stuff that could happen in a year or 2 or 3, but that is what I'm very much interested in. All right, Caleb, what's your favorite fast food restaurant? Definitely Chick-fil-A, just because I like the taste of their chicken. I've had a lot of KFC, but I don't know. KFC is like too greasy. I actually don't like Popeyes at all. I don't like their flavor. What other companies serve chicken? I think those are the big 3, right? So I think that I'd have to say I'm a big fan of fried chicken. I love fried chicken. And Chick-fil-A's has the best flavor. However, the problem is I don't have a Chick-fil-A out here. Probably good for my wallet, though, and good for my health, because, you know, fried chicken is not healthy, obviously. All right, next up we got Edgar Lazarin. I would buy cards, but I guess I got to pay this off first. Oh, Mr. Rand. By the way, Rand, thanks for helping me with the names there. We're getting a few. Like, for example, the guy right after you, his name's Edgardo Luciano. So your names are quite similar. And thank you for helping me with that a little bit. Let's see. So this goes toward your Snorlax. Let's jump up here. Let's see, Ran. So many names, man. Here we are. So you know 640. And you'll notice what I'm doing here, Rand, since you paid off that little fee, the PayPal fee, what I'm doing here is I'm just updating that number from 690 to 640. So I'm dropping it down to 640 without adding another so that we know that the PayPal fee has been taken care of. Really, I only care about the PayPal fee for somebody who had like 12 payments or something like that, you know, because that really adds up at that point. As I was saying, we have Mr. Edgardo Luciano. Slab away on the Cubone. First slab away, not exactly sure how it works, but if there isn't a minimum payment, if not, open a Darkness Ablaze. All right, let me get you a Darkness Ablaze. So, Mr. Edgardo Luciano, let me read the rules for slab away. First of all, the rules are located at the bottom of our description right here. So if you click on the description, you can read all about slab away. Here, I'll read it out loud real fast. So you can own a slab that you make payments on for 6 months. You get a whole half year. There's a $25 financing fee. I call it like a reserve fee. Basically, you're claiming the card. This is a fee that you do not get back, and it does not count toward the payment of the slab. Additionally, there's a PayPal fee, 75 cents for the number of payments you made. So if you paid like 20 times on a card, well, this is my fee. This is what I pay. There's a flat fee every time you do a PayPal transaction. So this adds up really high. So basically, this rule is just for people who want to pay like $10 a day for their card. I'm trying to get rid of that because this really adds up. This will cancel the financing fee entirely, making all this extra effort kind of pointless. A cancellation fee. If you're like halfway done paying a slab and then decide you don't like it anymore, maybe the price of the slab actually fell dramatically, you can get all your money back, except you won't get this back, and you will actually pay me $20 to refund the rest of your money. So I don't recommend canceling. I don't recommend canceling because you will essentially have lost $25 and an additional $20. So the trick is to pick a card you really like, one you're not going to regret putting on a slab away, and then don't cancel it, and then essentially you'll just end up paying this $25 fee, and that'll be it. There is no minimum payment required, but the reserve fee is required, okay, in order to claim it. Cards have to be 50% paid off in 3 months and then 100% paid off in 6 months. Of course, if you do it earlier, your card will be shipped back earlier. So, you know, if you don't want to wait half a year for your card to arrive at your home, you probably don't want to wait 6 months. But we have those rules as well so that somebody doesn't indefinitely leave a card with me. So by 3 months, I'm going to be able to check up on everyone and be like, I'm canceling your order and I'm taking $20 as well. So you don't want to reach that point where you've got 3 months are down and you did not pay it half off. Okay, so that slab away is a nice little thing. The $25 financing fee, you know, if you're just buying like a $50 card, I don't recommend slab away. You could do it if you want, if you're afraid somebody else is going to buy it before you, but I don't recommend it. It's really for a card that's like $1,000, you know? So if you see a card on the table, it's like $500 to $1,000. A little $25 reserve fee, it's not much different than like a bank loan fee, you know, like a personal loan. So it's not much different from that. If you're using it on a much cheaper card, your reason for that might be that you're afraid someone else is going to snipe it. That's all I can think. But that's it, okay? So that's slab away. I thought I'd explain that to everyone again, so because we don't talk about it too often. We haven't talked about it too often. Now let's go ahead and unmute the music. And unpause the music. There we go. And now we have Mr. Edgar Luciano. We're going to open this Darkness Ablaze pack for you, since you said go ahead and open that if you can't do the card. You ready? Maybe this will be a hot pack. Let's see. Oh, it is a nice pack. You got Salamence Full Art. Nice. That's a great snipe, man. All right. 13% in Canada here. You're talking about a loan? 13%? Yeah, so like if you're, you know, if you're ordering like $1,000 card, the fee is not too bad. And I don't think anyone else is financing Pokemon cards, so it's a pretty cool thing. It's not a very common thing. It doesn't even require you to do a loan, right? So I'm not loaning you money. I just hold on to your slab. It gets reserved into a box. So it's actually very cool. Okay, now we got to find your bag. Mr. Edgardo. It's very cool. You can reserve a slab for yourself that you make payments on. And this allows you to obtain a card that you may not have been able to have the discipline to save up for, or maybe just a chance to pick up before somebody else snipes it off the table. That's the whole point of it. Ooh. Are these slabs FDIC insured? Oh, you know it, Butt Thompson. Brian Saley, he says, how's it going? One live booster. No, I wanted the hot pack, says Uzumaki. Oh, man. Well, you know, it wasn't a hyper rare. Maybe you can get a hyper rare in yours. Brian Saley, that is a cold live custom. How about your 2 Darkness Ablaze? Oh, is that you? Brian, are you the one? I'm talking to you right now, and you just missed the Salamence? Well, this is from a fresh box, so you've got a good shot at anything in that box. It just depends on how it got sorted. Tax is too high in Canada. I heard that the houses in Canada are in like this crazy bubble right now. Really, 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 really expensive to buy a house in Canada. More expensive than a lot of places in the U.S. I heard about that. And I heard for Canadians, that's a big subject right now. I don't know if I'm accurate about that because I read articles very fast. I hate, why do you own that username, says Bull City. What? Here's Yellhorn. Here's, oh, there you go. You get Grimmel Snarl VMAX. All right. So you get a full art out of your 2 packs. Here's Battle Styles, where you pull Electivire and Kimiko. All right, the Battle Styles were actually cold. That's for Brian Saley. He says, I have a bag. Mr. Brian. We got your bag right here. You've still got your live shipping. And you can hold on to that live shipping as long as you need to. All right, 1 Grimmel Snarl then. After that, we have Vahan Gavandian, 1 Unbroken Bonds. Do I have one up here by chance? Let's see if I have one up here. No. And so let me reach way back here. Whew. Now, the line shouldn't be that bad right now because if you look, there's only 170 people still watching. So I bet you the line's clearing up a little bit. Slab Away gives a chance to people who want to own an expensive slab to pay off over 6 months. Honestly, a really kind thing of you to do. I don't know anywhere doing this. Right, so like if I put a $2,000 slab on the table, there's nothing that says you can't grab that for Slab Away. The only thing is I don't have a lot of $2,000 slabs, but I've been thinking about trying to change that. Trying to find some really expensive cards and offering them on Slab Away for people who are interested in a more long-term thing. Because six months is a long time. That's like if you're getting a paycheck, let's say bi-weekly, that's like 12 paychecks later or something like that, right? All right, Mr. Vahan Gavandian. Let's see. Hello, Mr. Any new hot slabs? I know you always have the hot ones. You know, we showed them off at the very beginning of the stream, so you could probably rewind and check it out. So, Mr. Vahan, did you need a new bag? Let's check over here real fast. Oh, you're right here. Oh, you did not need a new bag. Yeah, fat bag. Mistress Brain works on mysterious ways. Who knows what will appear on the table? That's right. Michelle Malloy. My Little Pony, I still have a bag. How's it going, Michelle? Oh, Michelle. Let's get you the good ones, huh? Let's get you some holos. All right, Michelle, and this time we're going to pull the rares out as well, right? So, you know, back when you were opening with me before, I didn't really know that there were even rares in the pack. You know what I had to do, Michelle? I had to create a book box just of My Little Ponies. Nah, that'd be silly. You're better off just trying to import some My Little Pony booster boxes than pay shipping on a book box. All right, let's see. His name is Whitewash. What? Whitewash? Canceled. I'm canceling My Little Pony right now. No way. Whitewash. Now, of course, they meant it in the, I'm sure they mean it in the original sense of the word, whitewash, as in the, you know, you can whitewash over a mistake you made on a piece of paper. His name is a whitewash. He can replace all your ethnic actors in your TV shows. Oh my God, dude. These My Little Pony cards have been pretty funny. I'll go through. I'm going to see if I can find another one of those apple cider cards or whatever it was. Was it? It was like a. It was a. I almost called it a Pokemon. It was a pony, and she was drinking apple cider. You got an ultra rare Princess Celestia. I'm sorry, Celest. I'm trying to say that Pokemon's name. Celestia. Is that right? All right, very good, Michelle. Ah. Ponies are super edgy. Something like that. All right, we got a welcome wagon and a fashion week. So we've seen these. Let's go back here. Hold on, let me change the music. All right, there we go. Skip the crappy music, right? Not all songs are calming. All right. There was no more of the apple cider ponies. Maybe somebody will pull a reverse holo of that pony, though. Michelle's got stars in her eyes. Take a look at that. You got this one and this one. How nice. Now I got to find your bag. I don't think we've opened cards for you in a little while, but I think you'll be near the front. I have the new Wario game for the Switch. It's a great game. Oh, there's a new Wario game out. That's cool. Mark Fisher. I can't speak. Mark Fisher. Matthew. Michael. There's a Michelle Delaney. This is a Michelle Malloy, right? So you might be in the... oh, here we are. Nope, you're just further back. All right, we found your bag. All right, very nice. Now we have Mr. John Gamia. John Gamia, he says, what's up, mister? Can I just get one Evolving Skies? You got it, John Gamia. Whitewash. Man, they must have designed that character some time ago. Because that would not happen again. I thought earlier they were mine and you were mispronouncing my name with Mitchell. Oh, yeah, that was a different person named Mitchell. Mitchell Bokhurst. Next up, we have Shahir, one of the Shining Ho-Oh slabs. Oh, nice. Yeah, these are really lovely. So here we are. Shining Ho-Ohs from Shining Fates. Oh, is that how I did it? All right, so here, let me do this for you. All right, there we go. What if I created, what if the way we did our card grading is it doesn't matter which card you send to me, I give 100% of cards 10s. TCC grading, literally every card is a 10. That'd be silly though. Vahan Gavandian says NBA Select. You got it. Sneep. Or maybe I created a grading scale where instead of 10, we have 11, right? And then all of your 9s that you send in from other companies, we automatically turn those into 10s. But really, our gem mint is an 11, right? It'd be terrible. Such a dumb idea. I say you don't give the same centering forgiveness as PSA. Will be slightly harsher than PSA. And that's a good thing because if you decide to regrade with PSA, you want a very good chance at a 10. You want it to be like 99% of the time. Here's Dante DeVincenzo? I can't say his name. Here's Luke Kennard. All right, Mr. Luke. Here's Eric Gordon. Ooh. for the Rockets. Wow, that's a fancy looking card, man. Very fancy. Vahan Gavandian. Thank you so much. And Vahan Gavandian, you are right up here, right? We just had you. Here we are. How's the channel been the past 3 months? I've been busy, so I haven't been around. Well, take a look at all the subscribers, man. We're approaching 3,000 subscribers. I'm very thankful. I'm very proud. We're approaching, did I say 3,000? We're approaching 30,000. I don't think I said 3,000. I think I said 30. And I'm excited to hit that number. It's like a score, you know? It's like trying to get a score in a video game. What's next? We got Sergio Espinoza from Sergio E. for Darkness Ablaze. Wow, people are going deep on Darkness Ablaze all of a sudden. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Uncle John Survivor soon? What are you talking about? How many TikTok fans do you have? I have 80,000, but I'm not really posting over there anymore. When you make a video on TikTok, that video, it earns about 10 cents on average. TikTok videos get paid very poorly. Even on the videos where I was getting like, you know, really high views, my most viral videos over there, they were earning $2 to $3. It was abysmally low. So I haven't really worked too much on TikTok videos and have focused my time and energy on other things. But I do actually still post over there, just not very much. All right, and Cub Chew. Oh, Sergio, that was cold, man. All right, Sergio, did you need a new bag? I'm sorry, Sergio. Yeah, all that work over there, and really those videos don't get paid enough. Here we are, Sergio Espinoza. Poke Party, once you hit 30,000 subs, that's right. What's up, Dylan Cranfield? He says, hello, mister. How's it going? Mr. Shahir returns and says the Japanese Meganium would be sick. All right, let's find it. I don't even remember where he's at. He's not in pile number 1. The views go down when you join the Creator Fund. What? What are you talking about? Oh, here it is. All right, cool. That's a Japanese Neo Meganium from Neo Genesis. So $60 for that. It's actually pretty crazy because, you know, a Neo Genesis pack alone is like $300, I think. Might be higher than that by now. But, you know, it only graded 8. But also, there's the cost of grading. So, like, when you consider the cost of the holo itself and then the cost of grading, it's kind of nuts that it says low as 60. But that's the price, and that's what I'm going to go with. There you go. Brian Saley says 2 Evolving Skies. Oh, Mr. Brian. Mister. All right. Used case stores got no PS5s? Yeah. Well, that's because everyone buys them because you can't find them. The scalpers create a higher demand, and then the scalpers sell it back to you for a really high price. Of course, this happens with Pokemon too. What's interesting to me, though, I believe it happens with houses as well. Now, I'm not talking about like mansions. I'm talking about cheap single-family homes. They get gobbled up by, you know, home investor bros that are like, man, you can be financially free like me if you just buy all the cheap single-family homes. And this actually creates a sort of like gold rush for those types of homes because everyone's telling each other to do that. And you know who can't afford them? Actual small, poor families can't afford them. And so since the price is driven up real high on those cards from all the from those houses, from all the scalping, those small families are then having to look to rent. And they don't build any equity because they're stuck renting from some landlord. It's really sad. And I think it should be made illegal. Here's Woobat. And Entei. That's for Brian Saley. Sorry, Brian. House scalping. House scalping. Something I thought a lot about. In the Netherlands, near the main city, a normal home is around 350,000 euro. A flat is like 250,000. That's pretty pricey, man. All right, there we go. Next up, we got Gregory Powers. 10 on my Slab Away Charizard and 2 Dragon Balls. You got it, Gregory Powers. 10 on your Charizard promo. Give me a second. All right, you're very close to the end, Mr. Gregory Powers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add up what the PayPal flat fee would be for you. It looks like you had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 payments. That's going to be 6 times 75, or $4.50. All right, so I'm going to actually add that back on. And so you come out to $32.50. That's your, oh, I'm sorry, not 32, not 32. Sorry about that. $22.50. All right, so you're down to $22.50, mister. You're almost done. You also wanted 2 Dragon Ball Supremes. You got it. Did they find the missing girl? The missing girl was found. She's dead. What a shocking twist. Not at all shocking, actually. You know, when a kid goes missing for like 2 weeks and doesn't call her mom and dad, and her boyfriend shows up at home by himself and won't talk to anyone, you know there's like a 99% chance she's dead. And he's escaped now. The guy the boyfriend, the fiance, Brian Laundrie, he's escaped. He's on the run. They can't find him. That's for Gregory Powers. No crazy secret rares there, Gregory. Oh my gosh, what a shame. So is it the boyfriend? It's got to be the boyfriend. He definitely killed her. He definitely got jealous and killed her. That's my point of view. I think his parents probably aided him in escaping, because the parents didn't report him missing for like 3 days. They're like, oh, by the way, our son's missing. They actually went and they claimed that they picked up his car. They claimed that they picked up his car from a local like giant wildlife reserve that now the cops are combing through, hoping to find him. But I wouldn't be surprised if the parents simply staged an escape for him. I don't know. I don't trust the parents. Next up, we got Javier Arroyo. What's up, Mr. 2 Evolving Skies? I have a bag. All right. Sneap. Here's Rayhan and Trevenant. Mister, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I'm able to get slabs easily, something I couldn't do before on like eBay since people overinflate prices. Well, keep in mind, my prices are typically priced as the cheapest buy it now price. It could be quite similar, okay? But you know, it's they're just nice to look at, and maybe it entices you, and you go, hey, wait a second, maybe I do want that card. The other nice thing is, you know, they've all been shown off in the middle of the live stream, so they have a little bit of identification from the stream. So that's kind of cool. Everyone got to see that the particular card went to you. So Mr. Javier with the J, huh? Let's go find your bag. I think it's fun kind of showing people like, hey, I'll take that one. It's also really fun when everyone kind of fights over one slab. That's pretty exciting to see. Kind of gives you an impression of what's actually popular, you know what I mean? So like we had that Lugia come out and it's like everyone jumped it. Ah, here we are, Mr. Javier. Mister, you added a PayPal fee to my slab last night. I know. Oh, wait, is that... is that Gregory Powers? I'm sorry, not Gregory Powers. Give me a second. Yes, okay, that is Gregory Powers. And you're saying I added it on yesterday night and then I added it on a second time tonight. Is that what you're saying? Let me go adjust that for you. Thank you for catching me on that. It sounds like if I'm going to add on a PayPal fee, I better leave a note in the list that says the PayPal fee has already been added. So that's what happened. Okay, so there's a learning moment. This is all new for me, so this is a learning moment for me. Thank you, and let's go fix it. So you have $18 left, and you're good to go. Okay, Gregory? I'll have to leave a note for myself in the future. All right, let's see what's next. Now we have to refresh. All right. It has been a pretty busy stream tonight. Okay. Mister, on a scale of 1 to 10, how attractive are you? Oh man, I don't know. That's a good question. You can see my face in my TikToks or whatever. I feel like I'm getting older and fatter because I have like an easier life than ever before. I don't have to do any physical labor at all. I sit around for my job. My job's purely sitting. The most I do is lift up a box of Pokemon cards, and I have all the money I need to eat steak and pies. So, you know, when it comes down to attractiveness, a lot of the times to be attractive, all you got to do is lose weight. So I would probably work on losing weight. I was losing weight not too long ago, and then I like gave up on it. You know what I mean? I was like working on my getting into shape and all that, and then I'm like, you know what? That's too much work. Let's just sit around and eat candy bars. Next up, we have Tammy Lowe, who wants 3 Opus 1s. You got it, Miss Tammy. 3 Opus 1s. Here we are. Ooh, steak. How do you get your steak done? How do I get my steak done? A great question. I just do medium rare steaks. They're like New York strip steaks, probably from like Walmart. Thanks to all you guys and your support here, I can eat steak dinner. How nice is that? And we eat it maybe like once a week, and I don't know how healthy it is. It's questionably healthy. Night Thief, Fairy, Dragoon, Dark Knight, and Dodge. I do not know who that is. Here's Rain, Gilgamesh, Aerith, and Ishtola. Didn't you like Ishtola? I don't remember. All right. Mister is a mint on eBay. Red Mage, Alma, Yuffie, Ninja, Dark Knight, Dancer, Bards, Orin, Fang, Seymour Butts, and Titus. He's a legendary. All right. I think you got like a box, don't you, Tammy? I don't remember, actually. Here you go. I'll just toss all these over to you, Tammy. And then your last pack. Come on, Cloud. Come on. Seymour. Here's a Cloud non-holo. Squire and Nuge. All right, we got a Nuge. And Waka and Laguna. Waka Flocka Flame. That's how it goes. Waka Flocka Flame. Cosmos. You guys remember that song, Waka Flocka Flame? Here's Nuge. I have a Chick-fil-A, and I'm in Canada. Oh, man. I'm in the middle of nowhere. The middle of nowhere. Lake of the Ozarks. Such a beautiful lake, but so far away from all the delicious fried chicken. Yeah, if I moved to the other side of the lake, it's called the Osage Beach side, I think there would be a Chick-fil-A. But for me, where I'm at, it's about a 45-minute drive, probably. All right, Miss Tammy. Here we are. Miss Tammy. Put soy sauce, Worcestershire sauce, and butter on your steak. It will change your life. Yeah, we have like some steak seasonings. We just do butter and steak seasoning. Real simple. I'll be in Missouri next year in February. Oh, yeah? Where are you moving to? How the cards market been the past couple of months? You know, it fell from February pretty hard, actually. It didn't fall like as low as where it used to be 2 years ago. So I've shown this image before. I'll show you what the market did. So over 2 years, what happened was the price of cards were pretty low, and then they shot up, and then they have fallen back down, but not all the way back down. So the card market has done kind of like this, depending on how far back you consider this line. But to me, this is like 2.5 years ago. So that's about 2.5 years ago. Cards were very cheap. And then there were like, there were some zigzags along the way. But it hits its peak in February. So this is February of 2020. And then cards fall down in price, especially Charizard. So if you're talking about a chart for Charizard did more like, let's say this is the Charizard line. So the Charizard line looks more like the lower line here. He fell pretty hard. And he hasn't fallen any further. And who knows, he might be going up in price. I don't check the price of everything all the time. So we're approaching Christmas now. And by the way, February 2020, there's a reason why the spike was there. The reason for that spike, Logan Paul box break. So that was the peak, February 2020, Logan Paul box break. And we know he's got 5 more boxes. So who knows what the future contains. I will mention this. Was it 2 days ago? 2 days ago, I turned on PewDiePie because I keep an eye on him, and he was opening up Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Digimon cards. That's big. So PewDiePie, he's opening up cards. Card opening seems to be a little bit of a trend right now. Maybe it's kind of growing into more of a mainstream thing. And if he were to open up some old vintage Pokemon cards, I mean, that could be really big. But he didn't, I don't think he will. I think, my opinion on PewDiePie, he will avoid opening Pokemon because he doesn't want to look like he's copying Logan Paul. However, what it does tell me is that the demand for card opening is really high. Anyways, next up we've got Jeffrey Lynn, who says, can I slab away the Tyranitar? Yes, you can actually. So this is for Jeffrey Lynn. And Jeffrey, I had like 4 or 5 of these guys, and I decided, you know what? I got taxes to pay. I'm just going to give them up. So congratulations. I'm not going to write your name on the back. I'm going to write your name on a card. I doubt Logan Paul opens up anymore because he said the price shouldn't have spiked that high. Logan Paul will do whatever Logan Paul wants to do. I wouldn't try to assume anything about his next move. But, if he decides he wants to make some easy cash, he can easily just open up that box. He knows he can open that box anytime he wants for easy cash. Now, Jeffrey, what's going to happen now is we're going to create a post for you in the Slab Away channel, and we're going to put Jeffrey Lynn in there. And actually, I think what we're going to do, we're going to create a new, let's have an alphabetical order, and the alphabetical order will be J's here. We're going to add Jeffrey Lynn. I think that's how we're going to start doing this from now on, because this channel is kind of blowing up in size. Now, let me take a look at your payment again. So you sent, Jeffrey Lynn sent $150. So it's going to be 620 minus 125, I think. So you have $495 remaining. There you go, Jeffrey Lynn. If you look in the Slab Away channel, you'll see that you can track how much you have left. Here's Slab Away. Here's your order under J, Jeffrey Lynn. All right, so you can track how much you have left. Now, in the meantime, this slab goes away in a box, so nobody else tries to grab it. Now we have John Peril. 2 more King's Court. You got it, John Peril. Anything for John Peril. Here's how to break the NFT market with one simple trick. Download images from Google. Oh my God. I did it. I owned... This is the only NFT of this image. Well, okay, well then just make it another NFT using the same image. Who's going to stop you? You know what I mean? Hyper Galaxy, they probably will try to stop you. They'll be like, wait a second, that's mine. Joker's Wild. All right, that's going to be Joker's Wild for you, mister. And that's for John Peril. He's been going deep on the Yugis. I'm the owner of this image and no one else can use it. There's a box break in October. Maybe Logan will be there. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So now we have Mr. Shahir, Slab Away on the CGC Lugia. All right. I am not surprised by that. I am not surprised by the Lugia being grabbed. Give me a moment. I got to go grab a sleeve for the Lugia. Okay, there we go. And Shahir. So this is reserved for you. And you're going to go into that list in the, oops, I just covered up the price. There it is, $385. Okay, so we're going to go add you over here, and we're going to create a new post for the S's. We're going to start doing it this way. It makes more sense to do it this way. So we've got Shahir, Ali. I better be careful with how we're creating these posts, actually. I'm thinking about it. Well, I'll update it another day. We can fix it. in the future if we need to. All right, and we're going to go ahead and say you've got Lugia. And I don't think you paid anything toward it, so you just did you did the reserve fee. So there's $385 left, and you have 6 months to pay that. You got to pay half of it by 3 months. But remember, if you don't do that, if you fail to pay half of it by 3 months, I'm going to end up canceling it, and you're not even going to get all your money back. You're going to get your money back minus $45. So think about that. You know, a total, right? The reserve fee and the cancel fee, it totals out to 45. So be mindful of that. Next up, we've got Ronald Gumboa. What's up, Ronald? Is it Renell or Ronald? Mr. 7 Evolving Skies, give me the good luck. You got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, Mr. Renell. Is it Renell? It's probably Renell. Sneep. What I like about your lives is that I can go through my whole day and you're still live. We go for a long time. I've mentioned it a few times. I got some taxes to pay, so I'm working a little harder to raise enough revenue for the taxes, along with restocking product and ordering these really expensive things I need for the card grading. All right, Mr. Renell. You've got Scroll of the Fanged Dragon. Raising Capital. Oops. Carvana. We got Shiftry. Go ahead, Mr. Mugen. You can make another order. Here's Rogan Rolo. Ludicolo Jumpluff. C-Dot. What's up with PayPal taxing GS over 600? Maybe it's just the law. I don't know. Espeon. It is a Lespeon. All right, that's a hit, man. Congratulations. That's for Mr. Renell. You know, in the Japanese version of the box, that would be considered a secret rare, the Espeon would. So I believe they treat the rarity similar in the U.S., but over here it won't be considered secret rare, but it's considered a hit, I believe, right? So and the VMAXs are not as big of a hit. So that's for Renell. He'll be in the R box, and he's right here. Oh, you're having a good time, Mr. Renell. You got Clara, and now you have Espeon. You have Lespeon. Ugh, I need that Espeon. That's a nice card. We have Brandon Durham next. Oh, Brandon! Down payment for the Charizard GX Promo 9. Wow, so I kind of explained how Slab Away works, and a bunch of people come over and they're like, yeah, let's do Slab Away then. All right, here he is. Ooh, here he is. My bad, it's kind of sliding out of my hand there. There we go. This is for Brandon Durham. Mr. Brandon. There it is. Put your name right over here. And we're going to add you to the channel now. We're going to create a B post now, right? We've got an S post, we got a J post. And actually, give me a moment. I think for the channel, I'm going to disable reactions real fast. All right, so reactions are disabled. We want the channel to be nice and clean. This is going to be the B, and we're going to have September. Brandon Durham. You guys excited for Christmas? I can't wait for Christmas. I'm so glad we're heading toward it. Absolutely, my favorite holiday is Thanksgiving and Christmas. All right, Mr. Brandon, you're in. We're going to have to move these alphabets around, aren't we? Yeah, it's silly the way I'm doing it right now. Caleb Carvo, one. Let me just make sure we finished all for Brandon. Oh, yes, we have to move this over here now. Yes, the large done is still running. Caleb Carvo says 1 for the large, 1 XY Evo. In fact, Mr. Caleb Carvo's taking a spot right now. We are quite literally right next to the end. Oops. Caleb Carvo. Spot number 37. Good luck. He wants an XY Evo as well. Good luck, Caleb, on your XY Evo. Charmander. Dugong. What? What a nice card. And Imakuni's Doduo. Your Dugong looks really well centered, I'll say that. He's looking pretty nifty. Wow, he looks really well centered. And then there's Charmander, and Imakuni is a secret rare in this set if you did not know that. There we go. That's for Caleb Carbo. Here you go, Caleb. Dylan Cranfield says 2 Evolving Skies, a live custom, and a random vintage. Alright, let me make sure that all adds up. Oh, okay, I see. So, here's your random vintage Japanese common and common. We just pull the next one. Okay, set that there. Very good. 1 live custom. Let's see what happens in the live custom booster. Marshadow, I'm sorry. Alright, and he also wants 2 Evolving Skies. Good vibes, much appreciated. What? 6 days, no Pokemon cards? How do you do it, man? I'm just joking. Here's Ursaring and Dracozolt. Alright, what do we got here? And Flapple. Flapple the Apple. That's for Dylan Cranfield. And you pull, oh nice, Lieutenant Surge's Spearow. Sweet! Now let's find your bag, Mr. Dylan, in the D box, right? He doesn't say if he has a bag, so we're just going to look. Fernando, Donovan, Daniel, Dennis, and Damon Smallwood. Okay, so we didn't see it there. Let me check over here. Alcohol did nothing but mess my life up for a long time as well. Stay strong. Oh, man. Addiction. Yeah, you know, I guess I was lucky. I never ever had a craving for alcohol. So I almost can't understand that people crave it. That feeling, that good feeling you get when you take a drug, I do not get that feeling for alcohol at all. Makes me feel like something's wrong with my brain. Like my eyes are like looking to the sides, like the left and the right. Like I can't focus anymore. I can't think very quickly. And so I tried alcohol when I was like 18, and I just really did not like it. And one time I got really, really drunk with the girlfriend I had, and that was pretty, I mean, it was pretty sexy that time, but that's all I remember about it. That was like the one good memory of alcohol, and it wasn't even that good. And I was really drunk when that moment happened. But yeah, it's weird. I don't like that feeling. I don't like the drunk feeling. If I liked it, I'd probably be as addicted as anyone else. That's a blessing, mister. Never take it for granted. Yeah, it's so strange because I hear about people really... But, you know, I understand addiction, that's for sure, because I struggle with the, like, sweets, you know what I mean? Like, cakes and cookies and all that stuff. I really like dessert, and I try to get away from it because it's so unhealthy for you. But that's about it. I don't... Like, cigarettes, another one. Like, nicotine, it's the same effect. I noticed when I had nicotine, I wouldn't call it a calming effect on me, because I hear people, they take nicotine to calm down. It was very similar to alcohol. It just made you feel like slower or something like that. And that drives me nuts, that feeling. Like when I feel slower from alcohol or from caffeine, that actually gives me anxiety. I'm like, what is going on? I'm losing my brain or something, you know what I mean? I'm not as smart anymore. And that actually causes me to stress. So I don't like that at all. Not a fan of it. I suspect that's how I'll feel when I try marijuana eventually as well. I'll just feel like slower or something. It's so strange because my wife absolutely loves alcohol. She's like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. We have Mitchell Boakhurst. Hey, Mr. One Evolving Skies, one Battle Styles. You got it, Mr. Boakhurst. Is the cube big? Might buy some more if it's not too big. It's not that large at all. Go nuts. All right. Mr. Mitchell. We'll probably call it pretty soon, though, okay, guys? So if you want to do a last order, you'll want to do it now or forever hold your peace. Here's Crustle and Lycanroc. All right, you got your Lycanroc. I love caffeine too. That's another thing. So it's not that I don't understand how a drug can be so desirable that all you do is think about it. You know what I mean? You're like, you can't stop thinking until you get some. And then you get that dopamine hit in your head. You're like, oh my God, I feel so good from the dopamine hit. But it's like, truthfully, you overdo it. You have no way to regulate it. So that's the problem. It's like you can't just have some. You got to have like some huge amount of it, or else you're just going to crave it more and more and more. Ugh, I smoke 3G of weed a day. I need to stop. Yes, it's definitely that dopamine hit. It grabs you and you're like, you can't let go of it. The moment you've been away from the dopamine hit too long, you're like, oh, I need that again. All right, next on, we're moving on to Mark Assignation. He says, 2 Opus 1s. You got it, Mark. Good luck. Good luck to Mr. Mark. Hi, I'm an Aussie and there are McDonald Pokemon here. Really? That's pretty cool. I'm an American, and there are no McDonald's Pokemon here. You should send some over. If we missed a stream for the large custom, how can we know what we got, says Mr. Shahir. Great question. So once you learn that the large finished, you'll want to go to the previous stream, and you'll want to scroll through the stream, like scrub through it, until you find, what you'll see on your screen is this. So when we host the large, this is going to sit up here for like a few minutes. So if you scrub through the live stream, the previous one, you're going to find that note sitting up there, and that's how you're going to know that the large has gone through. Wow, Gabranth is cool, man. I don't know who he is, but that is a cool suit of armor. All right, pack number 2. Mystic Red Dragoon Black Belt. Squall, Furion, Hope, and Prish. Prish is apparently a legendary rare. All right. How do you accept the fact that we're all going to die one day? I don't. It's pretty terrible. Dude, there's nothing about it. There's no redeeming quality to it. You know, I think religious people, they say, hey, I'm going to heaven and all that. And some people really believe that. I've broken out of religion. I'll never believe that again. It just won't, it won't happen. I can't create an illusion for myself where I believe that I know with certainty what happens when we die. And most likely, your brain just disappears and all your memories with it, because your memories are a mechanical thing, right? So who knows? Maybe there's this afterlife, this spiritual thing, but I don't know what to expect. I don't think anyone has any way to really prove anything, right, about what'll happen afterwards. But religious people, they all religions kind of deal with it by telling you, hey, just be good and you'll reincarnate, or you'll be in heaven, or you'll be in whatever, the Jew version of heaven, the Islamic version of heaven. Yeah, that's how they deal with this. A way of coping, in my opinion. And man, it's hard to cope with that idea. I try not to think about it. That's what I've learned. If you think about it too much, it will paralyze you with depression and anxiety. So here's what you do know. You're alive right now, and you can do things for your children, and you can do things for yourself in the future to make getting old easier, but you're not going to stop it. So the other thing you can do is go into medicine and try to find ways to reverse aging. So if you're really passionate about living a long time, get into medicine. All right, Mr. Mark. Not a lot, mister. I hope by the time I've got cancer, because we'll all get cancer or heart disease or brain problems, I hope we got better cures for cancer by then. I sure do. Next up, we got Johnny Ceruzzi. He says, I'll take 1 NBA Select. I have a bag. You got it. All right. Yeah, religion's hard, man. Religion tries to explain the origin of man, and it also tries to tell you where you're going to go. But in the end, there's a lot of religions, isn't there? And they can't all be right. And what if they're all wrong? Here's Peyton. And what you do know is there's people who get into religion and they just believe every word of it. And for me, I believe a lot of it's just man-made, and understandably so. I'm not closed-minded to the possibility that the universe was created, but I'm also not closed-minded to the idea that the universe is just maybe some physical phenomenon that always existed. Who knows? Or maybe that, you know, if there is a God, that he's not really paying attention to us. He doesn't really seem to care. All right, Fred Van Vliet. How nice. I forgot to mention live shipping. You know, I was wondering about that. I thought these were like $17 each. All right, Johnny Ceruzzi, let me find, you got like a whole box. Johnny Ceruzzi. Arceus created us all. That's right. The Arceus story. Chizox and Eddie Petty will come out. And we're gonna put the rest of your cards in here, and then we're gonna print you a label. Actually, do I have a box nearby? Maybe I can just put you into the box right now. Hi, I'm kind of late. Oh, mister. I don't think jumbo cards will have a value, but you never know. I like jumbo cards. I think if grading them was cheaper, they'd have a lot of value. So, Mr. Johnny, I got a box of jumbo cards just saved up for grading. I think you're going to have priority shipping here. And print. Sounds like the music needs to be reset. All right. Johnny, I'm not going to miss anything of yours, am I? I don't think you had any other bags because we created this box for you. Ivar the Boneless was God? That's true. Let's see. The video's paused. Continue? Yes. Do you have Japanese bulk? Sort of. Yeah, that's what we're selling, actually. Oh, you mean like modern Japanese bulk. Those go into the junk boxes, which I sell for $22. All right, let's see who's next. After Johnny, we need a refresh. So, we have Dylan Cranfield with 2 live customs and 2 random common vintage. All right, here we go. One, two. Two live customs. When I was younger, I used to really struggle with that problem of death. You know, like, what's the point of it all, you know? But I think that ever since I've stopped thinking about it so much, life has actually gotten easier. And I think that's just the trick, is to learn to ignore it, not obsess over it. Fletchling. Oh, Misty's Duel and Water Energy. It's a little bit cold this time, Mr. Dillon, but that's okay. Let me go grab your bag. Now we have Caleb Carvo with the kind of a larger order. He says 4 live customs. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, I feel like you go through stages of like atheism and agnosticism and nihilism. You know, as you sort of start to question religion and question authority and question what your parents have told you. PSA 10, 210. What do you got? Oh, kind of a nice card. Master Caleb. How do alligators mate with hidden wieners? Oh, Team Yell Grunt Rainbow from Darkness Ablaze. All right, Mr. Caleb. So, Caleb, here's your bag. Alligators have vaginas on their back. Boss Jonkman, he says 10 battle styles. I don't have a bag. What's up, Mr. Jonkman? Jonkman. All right, we got some lovely battle styles coming up. How much was that Team Yell Grunt? I remember you buying it off eBay. I didn't buy that off eBay. That actually came to me in a PSA return. Speaking of which, I have another PSA return. It arrived today, and I didn't even go through it because I just didn't have time. So I got a big box of PSA cards sitting out there full of my Bulbasaur Squirtle returns, and I just haven't gone through it at all. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, that's for Mr. Boss Junkman. Now, before we open these, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to hit the bathroom because I got to take a leak. Let me go ahead and refresh the music. I think the music ended. Yes, it did. I'll turn it up for you guys a little bit. All right. Woo, it feels nice to stand. I broke into that box. I was just telling you guys about a PSA return. I thought I'd bring some back. All right, so. Whew. Sitting down way too long, man. I got a lot more than this one box, but let's see what's in it. Does it have ours? It only contains mine this time, okay? Apparently, I sent like 20 orders off to PSA in the past. I didn't even remember them all. How weird is this? Oh, by the way, is there a way to zoom back out? Who's trying to pull the trigger? Trigger to what? Bulbasaur deck, Grass Energy, number 11. Look at that. Look at this. Grass Energy 10. I'm sorry, Lightning Energy 9. There's number 9. So it was a numbered deck, and I submitted it in order. Here's a 10. So that's number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. It's all sequentially. I sent this in sequentially. Oh, here we go. Here's a Pokemon. So 16. Look at this. Meowth from the Bulbasaur deck. I bet you guys have never seen that. Look at that little Bulbasaur. Damn. I opened this on camera for you guys. 15, 14. Oh, I think that they must have. Well, let me see. So that says 6, there. Oh, I see. That's number 16. 15. Okay, it is accurate. 14. That's a 10. So some of them got 10s. Oh, look at that. Pikachu Bulbasaur deck 10. Nice. How much am I going to sell it for? Now, that's a good question. Will I sell it is also a good question, because I could just keep the entire collection for myself. It's sad that every single card in the collection didn't grade 10. But look, this is sequentially graded. So let me set this down here. This is sequentially graded. See the number 12 down there? That's 12 in the Bulbasaur deck. They numbered the cards in the deck so that as a kid, you can put the deck back in order and follow the instructions on how to play Pokemon. So this one graded 10. Now that's out of order. That went from 12 to 3. I don't know what happened there. Weird. Here's 2. Maybe PSA put it out of order. I don't know. 1. See, you guys haven't even seen that one before. Oh! What is this? Damn! Look at that. Squirtle deck, Blastoise, 10. I was worried this was going to grade 9, actually. Dude, that looks sweet as frick. Look at that. How cute is that? And I think that's actually also in the vending series, if I'm not wrong. See the little squirrel there? Look at the little Squirtle symbol. Pretty cute, huh? So anyways, I showed that off in the past, those Squirtle decks. Squirtle Bulbasaur deck. And it's not like I said Squirtle dick. Bulbasaur dick. I showed those off. I sent it all off to grade. They're back now. Took forever. Took like almost a year. Actually, they've been catching up on those bulk orders pretty fast. Let's go ahead and open these now. I'll turn this down. So, we were helping Mr. Bass Jonkman. Hello, Mr. Bass Jonkman. Sorry for the delay. Took a little tinkle there, and then I opened up some PSA cards. He's pretty cool, huh? I wonder what the PSA pop count on him. Now, for the Squirtle deck, it's probably kind of low, but that is also from another series. I don't remember the name of it. There's a series that Blastoise is from, and he's pretty well populated in that series. Snip. I bet Justin Bieber watches this stream. Who knows who's seen this stream? Wouldn't it be cool if you could know every famous person who ever stopped in and watched for more than like a second? All right. There's also a Venusaur that I sent out, and I wonder what that graded. Here's Spearow. How much were those decks? They're really expensive, especially now. I think they're like $1,000. So, and then back in the day, they were like $600, I think. So they're not cheap at all. And then the price of grading with PSA is so high. Girder. Here's Tower of Darkness. They're pretty pricey. Horsey and Tapu Smoopoo. Look at that Tapu. There we go, Tapu Smoopoo. Here's Ryan Upchurch was here, that's right. Baltoy. Luxray. Entei. All right, that's Mr. Urshifu and a wonderful pile of holos. Urshifu, Tapu Smoopoo, and Entei holo. For Boss Junkman, welcome to the table, man. All right. Go ahead and sleeve those for you just to be nice. And I'll grab you a bag. I'll give you 25 and a smooch. Sold! Well, now the Blastoise, remember, I sent the entire deck out. Every single energy card and every single trainer card. So I don't really want to separate them because they were all graded together. It really is kind of a cool thing. Sadly, it's not a perfect 10 for the whole. You saw like some were 9s. But I don't know if that would turn someone off from buying it. And the Blastoise, he got a 10, and he's the important card. So, I'd have to go through and see what all missed the 10. Probably some Pokemon did. I like a Ketchi. What? Next up, we got Nate Herzog. He says, one more XY evolutions and a live shipping. And a tip. Thank you, sir. No problem, man. Let's do it. Mr. Nate. Sleep. All right. We've got Doduo, Staryu, Onix, Voltorb, Magnemite, and Electrode. Just a Magnemite. Maybe you're hoping for that double dip. So your bag's pretty thin. I'm going to toss the Magnemite in there. And I'm going to toss these on top of it. And behind it. There you go, Mr. Nate. I can understand wanting to have this head home right away so you can get it all graded up. That's one thing I'm happy to be done with. I'm pretty much done sending cards out for other people, like middleman servicing. If you guys ever start a middleman service for anyone, I don't know if anyone in this audience really would. I can tell you it does not pay as well as you think. Once all the fees are done, all of the fees, it does not pay as well as you think, and it is crazy time consuming. And it makes your head hurt. Definitely makes your... It's not as fun as opening card packs, that's for sure. All right, Mr. Nate, we got your label. I see an address that with 3-2, okay? Thank you, Nate. Let's see who's next. After Nate, we have Caleb Carvo. Caleb says, 2 Evo Skies. Oh, Caleb. Oh, my. You drink crazy when you stop smoking and drinking for a while. Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard you can have all kinds of crazy hallucinogenic nightmares. I've heard about that, especially for people who are really addicted to alcohol. Victini, it can be really, really bad. and feel like you're dying, basically. Here's Golduck. That's for Caleb Carvo. Oh, Caleb. You just got to make it through and plow some farming field like the Amish. By the way, so I talked the other day, my wife and I had watched the Amish, and we were learning, we were watching them on YouTube because some guy was documenting the Amish, and we were like, wow, they, we were talking about, I was sharing my opinion on them because it looked like they had some really nice things, actually, like really nice big family. They all seemed very close, and they seemed pure in a way. It's hard to describe. Well, anyways, today we were watching videos of Romania, and it was so funny. The people of Romania are so poor. They basically live like they're Amish. If you're talking about people on the countryside of Romania, they live almost exactly the same way. But it's not like a religious choice for them. It's just a really underdeveloped country. And what shocked me was when I saw their wagons that they used to travel in. They travel with horse and wagon, just like the Amish do. But for them, it's just because of poverty. And it's not even as nice as the Amish. Like the Amish have developed these really nice sort of like carriages to travel around in. But I was watching the Romanians, and they just have like these dingy wagons with no roof and not even a comfortable seat. I was really shocked. I was like, wow, man, they need to work on that a little bit. Like at least make your wagon comfortable. You don't even make your wagons very nice. That kind of stuff I don't understand. But yeah, so it was very interesting because for the Amish, it was more like a choice. So the Amish, they would own like these big chunks of land, and I imagine the Amish are secretly kind of wealthy because of that land. So the Amish are sort of wealthy. But then in Romania, they're really struggling is the way I perceived it. So it was very interesting. And yet their lifestyles were so similar because the Amish, they choose to be that way. I don't think they necessarily choose to be that way in Romania, which is really tough, actually. I was talking to my wife about maybe, so we're talking about maybe buying land in Europe. I'm like, what if we bought a house in Romania? How interesting would that? I don't know, because I figure maybe the houses out there, they must be cheaper. But I don't know. I don't know much about Europe, so it's just fun to joke about, or not joke about, or even just maybe just to speculate on weird things you could do, like spur of the moment things. All right, we're refreshing. I think I already said that. We might be all done for the night. Let's see. Buy land in Spain. I hear Spain's beautiful. Same with Italy. We have one last order. It's for Dylan Cranfield. I'm going to go ahead and call no more orders now. Dylan Cranfield's going to be the last order, okay? Here goes. Mr. Dylan. Boop. Dylan, it is a Tentacruel. Lots of people go on vacation to Spain from all over Europe. Yeah, don't they got really nice warm weather, and I think they have the ocean too, right, in Spain? And they got a lot of culture and food and nice stuff. I like that. I've been to Europe, and I really don't like that place. America all the way, baby, says Butt Thompson. America. So, Mr. Dylan, let's find your bag. America. Toby says, aw, I'm sorry, Toby. People had a lot of time to put in their last orders. We like to, when it's really slow, we like to cut it off. So we like to cut it off when it's too slow. Mr. I overpaid on my order by $4. Who did? I'm looking. Caleb. Is it Caleb Carvo? 8 plus 8. No, not Caleb. Nate. Who is it? What's your name in PayPal? Well, I tell you what, man. Sort it out with me in the next live stream or in Discord, okay? $4. I trust you. Just let me know who you are, and it won't be a big problem, okay? We can either get it to you refunded, or you can put it toward another order if you want. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap up, guys. It was a great stream. Just a few of us left. I'll see you guys tonight, or tomorrow. I should say tomorrow night. Technically, it's tonight, right? So we're on the next day. This is Tuesday, and I start at about 12 a.m., so it's going to be like Tuesday night for me. So it's always confusing, that sort of concept. But anyways, have a nice night, everyone. Boop.